Mic check. Attorney Wheel.
Good morning, Chairman. I just had a brief administrative matter if we're on the record.
Yes, we should have started with that. We are back on the record in 24-10-04.
Thank you. I just a check-in regarding our witness availability. I had originally asked Mr. DeFever to be here on Monday morning for the OCC's revenue requirements panel. That was based on my calculation of cross estimates, and now seems very unlikely that it will take that long to get to Mr. DeFever's panel. So the plan, he's booked a flight to be here first thing Friday morning.
Okay.
I'm just noting that it's possible that the company's revenue requirements panel could be over before the end of tomorrow. So I just wanted to make the authority aware Mr. DeFever can't be here for tomorrow afternoon. The earliest he can be in is Friday morning, but he will be here Friday morning.
Understood. So we're discussing we are discussing the panel on page 12 of the agenda. That's the one we're
Yes.
referring to, not available until Friday morning. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, quick administrative note from me, and then I'll check with the company. Apologies, one moment here. Okay, just want to make sure I had my number correct here. Attorney Venora, the other day you were inquiring about the status of motion 93, which was about an objection to interrogatories. This morning, after conferring as a full panel, the authority has posted a ruling to that motion. I just wanted to bring it to your attention since you're inquiring about its status. So I will leave you and the company to review that ruling.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any administrative matters from the company this morning?
Just an update on the read-ins.
Okay.
I believe we have 4 open read-ins, B, C, D, and M. And Ms. Van Luling over the evening was able to locate the information requested in read-in M. We are still working actively on read-ins B, C, and D. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Van Luling can provide read-in M.
So for read-in M, in 2024, approximately 85% of the overtime was unplanned.
Very good. I mean, 15% was planned.
Yeah,
Right, that's right.
approximately.
Approximately.
Rounded.
Thank you. Okay. All right. If nothing further, I believe we can resume cross for the comp and benefits panel. I'll turn back to Attorney Riley with authority staff, please.
Thank you, Chairman Gillette, and good morning to the panel. We'll be starting this morning on the topic of signing and retention bonuses. Well, it might be helpful to have RRU 278, which also connects to OCC 704 handy. Does the panel need more time to pull up their response?
Just give us one moment, please.
Absolutely. Yep.
You said OCC 278 and RRU.
I'm sorry, Ms. Van Leeuwen. It's RRU 278, and then that response happens to connect to OCC 704. Although you could read the company's response to 704.
Thank you.
No problem.
I think we got them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So generally, is there an established process or procedure for determining which positions or employees are eligible for signing bonuses or retention bonuses and for the amounts of those bonuses.
Signing bonuses are part of the talent acquisition recruiting process. They have guidelines for proposing to candidates sign-on bonuses. They can offer up to $10,000. Anything $10,000 and higher requires compensation approval. The outside of the guidelines, there are no other formal documentation processes. However, we don't give them to everyone. It's based on a candidate's specific situation. So for example, time during the year where they're going to lose their bonus from their former company. So it helps bridge the gap for their current salary plus what they may be leaving on the table at their former company. And that's for sign-on bonuses. Retention bonuses are based on are, I would say, few and far between, and they're based on critical skill and need for that particular position.
Thank you. So to clarify, so for is that applicable to both executive at the executive level and non-executive levels for both bonuses?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And whose discretion is it to make determinations on whether retention bonuses or signing bonuses should be paid in for the amount?
Sure. The talent acquisition team can do a sign-on bonus up to $10,000. It also has to be agreed upon by the manager, the hiring manager, and the department. And sometimes they have their own internal guidelines on whether they would or would not offer a sign-on bonus.
Just so the guidelines that you just referred to, are those memorialized or finalized somewhere, or?
I believe we either submitted them or referred to them.
Okay.
But we can definitely, if we haven't submitted them, we can get them to you.
Okay. Well, we could take that, perhaps a read-in, just to confirm if the company could identify whether they've submitted those or not, and then perhaps take it as a late file. And again, that's the criteria used by the talent acquisition team and the hiring managers for signing and retention bonuses.
Okay, thank you. For now, that will be marked as read in N.
And may I clarify that that's only for sign-on bonuses?
Okay, thank you.
Retention bonuses follow a different process flow.
Okay, and again, to clarify, so those don't have a set of particular guidelines. Those are discretionary within the talent acquisition team, and
Retention bonuses are outside of the talent acquisition team. They're done through executive and top talent planning, where they identify key and critical roles and any risk it may have to the company for those employees that could potentially be leaving.
so is there a specified like set of risks that the company looks at, or is that more objective?
One moment, please.
Can you restate the question for me, please?
Sure. I believe we delineated between sign-on and retention bonuses. So my understanding is there's an objective. I'm looking for the guidelines, whether there are objective guidelines used for sign-on bonuses. Or sorry, did I reverse? My apologies. Retention bonuses rather than sign-on. Yes.
So for retention bonuses, typically, if we do bring one forth, it is for a critical role that has, specific skill sets. We look at what the risks are to the organization, how long it will take us to fill. Is this particular skill set one that is really not around in our area or market? And those are the guidelines that we put forth when we determine if we're going to offer a retention bonus.
Okay, and when you say risks, are there a specific set of risks like a checklist of potential risks to the company
It depends on the role, and what type of role it is. If it's, an infrastructure risk or something that will delay us from a project, it depends on the role and what the person is doing.
Okay, and are retention bonuses, do they have the potential to be repetitive? So in other words, can the same employee receive multiple retention bonuses over a period of time?
They are few and far between. I haven't seen multiple employees receive them, but I can confirm with the team.
It could be subject to check, but yeah, no follow-up required beyond that.
Just wanted to clarify the retention bonuses. Some of them do have two payments, so they'll span over 2 years. And generally, some do, some don't have a clawback. So if they were to leave, they'd have to pay it back. But it's not everyone. It's only specific people that were determined. They're also reviewed by the CEO. And we also have another response, OCC 861, where we talk in greater detail about retention and sign-on bonuses.
Thank you. So just to clarify on the conditions that would require to have them pay back, is it solely because of departing the company, or are there certain metrics that need to be met?
Correct, it's time-based. So if they were to receive the payment and then leave within a year, generally they'd have to pay it back.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned the talent acquisition team. Who makes up that team?
Sure, that they're also referred to as recruiting. So it's our recruiting team.
Okay, understood. Thank you. I'm going to move on to executive compensation. So first question, I think it may be helpful for the company to have UPA 1 and UPA 7. And sorry to clarify, UPA attachment 1, I believe that is.
Sorry, we do or do not need UPA 7.
UPA 7 would also be handy to have.
Thank you.
Attachment 1, thank you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so column Y, there's so UPA 1, attachment 1, line 84, column Y, has there's a 3,398,000 approximate rate amount reported. So I think we just wanted to ensure that reported amount represents the total rate year amount of executive compensation sought for recovery in the proceeding, so inclusive of avant-garde, UIL, UI, et cetera.
You said row 84?
Yes, line 84, column Y.
So, yeah, line 80, that does, but it also includes the director's compensation.
Okay, yes, that I wanted to ensure that too. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. So on UPA 7, attachment 1, the authority noted there's a vice president, I think, identified in that response, and there isn't a rate year tab. Did that vice president depart the company, or is there rate year expense there as
No,
well?
there is rate year expense there as well. It would be the amounts on this page increased by the inflation rate, the same inflation rate of the 10.9% for the rate year.
Okay, so then the 3.3. Okay, yeah.
Mr. White's going to finish it.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, just to be clear on this, in UPA 1, attachment 1, the number is 3.398 million.
The number is,
For the rate year.
yep, 3.398 million for the rate year, including the directors.
The board of
Board of
directors.
directors, yep.
Okay, but then I also see over on UPA 7, VP number 51.
Yep,
I don't believe VP 51 is included in UPA 1. It's only in UPA 7.
that is correct.
So do we add those two numbers together, VP 51 plus everybody in UPA 1?
Yeah, if you want to do it apples to apples, though, so if you're looking for the 2025, 2026 rate year, you want to
Yeah.
take the 3398, that is inclusive of the directors, add in UPA 007, but you need to inflate UPA 007 by the 10.9% and then add those
Yeah,
together.
okay, no, I get that. It didn't have the rate year in there, and that's why I wasn't totally clear if the person could have left.
Yep, no, they did not.
But that's the total number there, UPA 1, UPA 7, UPA 7 gets inflated,
Yes,
and add the two of them together, including the board of directors.
correct. So
Thank-
that would be all executives at ASC, AMC, and UI, and inclusive of all the directors.
Everybody that's baked into revenue requirements. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Just so it's clear why we had separated them, UPA 001 is not UI and UPA 007 is UI. So UPA 001 is everybody other than the specifically UI executives, and UPA 007 is just the UI executives.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So I think for the next set of questions, UPA 009 would be helpful to have in front of you. Does the panel have that?
We're here.
Okay, thank you. So as I understand it, the company utilizes the term in their response, Avangrid executive team, and that represents the Avangrid CEO, CFO, general counsel, corporate secretary, and any individuals at the VP level and above. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
For any individuals at the VP level and above, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And this response refers to planned management and leadership meetings. So I was curious how often those meetings occur and who attends those.
So there are multiple different plan management and leadership meetings depending on what the subject topic is. So there's meetings that involve the Avangrid CEO as well as the UI CEO. The UI CEO, Frank Reynolds, will hold his own management meetings that are specific to UI. So when it's an Avangrid-based topic that covers UI, such as recruitment strategy, and, you know, hard to deal with markets or recruiting engineers across the board, there will be meetings, like the people that attend the meetings will be dependent on what the topic is. But there are management meetings that are held by the UI CEO that are specific to just UI and UI operations. He might have some that are Connecticut-based, so it includes UI, CNG, and SCG. There is no like formal documentation saying at the amount of time, like the cadence of which these meetings are, but I would say that the executive meetings at the Avangrid level occur pretty much at least once a week. The meetings from specifically UI occur as a broader based group. He has meetings with his entire team and all of the Connecticut employees monthly, as well as he'll have other one-off meetings weekly. So they're usually general, at least once a week type meetings.
Okay, and so that'll involve make sure I captured your response. So it includes Mr. Reynolds as well as, okay.
Yep.
As well as the Avangrid CEO and
Yep.
other teams.
Yeah.
So similarly, this response talks about recurring senior management meetings. And similar question, how often do those meetings occur and who attends them? And are they UI specific or do they combine entities such as CNG, SCG, Berkshire, Central Maine, et cetera?
They're all of the above. So again, depending on what the topic is, the people attending those meetings will cater to whatever that topic is. So if it's Mr. Reynolds holding a Connecticut-based discussion, Chuck Eves will be in attendance. Myself, I might be in attendance as well, even though I serve the other operating companies as well to discuss the financial performance. So it's dependent on what the topics for that discussion are. But they are held at, there are multiple meetings held at all of those levels, UI, Connecticut as a whole, as well as Avangrid.
Okay, and the frequency for those senior management meetings are how often?
It's not formally documented anywhere, but I would say at least weekly.
Okay, and that's in addition to the plan management and leadership meetings we just discussed.
Yes.
Okay, so they're two distinct meetings as specified.
Yeah, depending on depending on the topics, exactly.
Understood.
One moment.
Yep.
So it is formally documented that the executive meetings are weekly, that we do have formal documentation on.
Okay.
The specific UI meetings that I was discussing is not formally documented, but I mean, I'm sure there's calendar invites and evidence of.
Understood. Thank you. And then similarly, there's weekly management meetings alluded to in these UPA 009. Same question, who attends those and are they exclusively UI matters or other entities as well?
Yeah, I mean, these, again, there's no formal documentation how often these are, but these could include, and he's here, but I'm sure Chuck, as the head of electric operations, has a management meeting with his electric ops crew at least once a week. at least once a week, he gave me a thumbs up. So that's those types of meetings. And those would be specific to whatever the discussion is. So like myself as a finance leader, we may be talking about financial results or comparisons to budget or the upcoming, and I'll hold a meeting with the UI specific employees. So it really is, they're both. They really are UI specific. They could be Connecticut specific, and they might be Avangrid specific.
Okay, and the way I understood them in the response, so that's from the VP level down. So it's not necessarily Mr. Reynolds or other Avangrid
Correct.
C-suite.
Yeah, Chuck could have his own meetings. Myself, I could have my own meetings. Pretty much anyone, Mr. Visconti could have his own meetings on specific topics. He might be talking about, benefits and how the, medical expenses have been looking for the last month. And it might just include Mr. Visconti and a few of his select team members that are specific to that entity, or he might be discussing it more broadly.
Okay, and the response also mentions all hands meetings conducted. How frequently are those conducted?
Those are once a month, and that's with, those are hosted by Mr. Reynolds. Yeah, he will often have guest attendees. I was a guest attendee at last month's, might have been the month before. But we'll talk about different topics with all of the employees. His specific all hands are all Connecticut. So it's not just UI, it's UI, CNG, and SCG. But he does do all Connecticut all hands meetings once a month.
Okay, and so the so I'll split up the response because so that it's not necessarily the Avangrid CEO, CFO, general counsel don't necessarily attend those all hands.
The all hands meeting has been attended by the Avangrid CEO. From the ones that I've been on, I can think of 2 within the last year that he's attended. He may have attended more than that. I don't necessarily go to each month either. But they are invited to attend those meetings, and the Avangrid CEO has attended and has as a guest speaker, and has provided some insights or some strategies or some goals or praises for accomplishments or what are we looking to do this year. He will attend and provide that kind of information, but it is hosted by Mr. Reynolds.
Okay, understood. Thank you. While we're going back and forth, I'm actually going to circle back to your revisions regarding your updates yesterday regarding the union
Contract.
contract. Yeah. So let me just make sure I pull up my notes here. So the update to late file 1, so it would take into consideration the company's forecasted changes to union employee compensation for the rate year, assuming the CBA is ratified.
One moment.
Sure.
The union ratified the agreement last week. It is pending signature, so we just need to sign it with them. So we will sign it with them and in the late file 001, or we'll update, I think it's RU 128, and include that updated agreement.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to turn back to UPA 001.
We're here.
Okay. And I just wanted to just quickly run through to make sure the authority understands the variable and fixed pieces of compensation included in the company's revenue requirement. So I think annual, so I think our variable comp noted here would be bonus incentive earned, stock option awards, and then perhaps non-equity incentive plan compensation. Is that correct that that's variable?
The non-equity incentive plan is variable. There are no bonuses for any of the executives. And the difference being bonuses are, you will receive X dollars. Incentive compensation is you have a list of goals that are divided into different categories. The Avangrid as a whole, your individual goals, and then your division or your group's goals. And that payout is based on achievement of those goals. So it is not a guaranteed incentive.
Okay. And I think just to make sure I captured the first part of your response, were you differentiating? I know there's I've noticed there is differing terminology between variable comp and incentive-based compensation. Was that what you were just trying to delineate as well? Yeah.
The bonus. So there's a column here, if you're looking at UPA 001 UI attachment 1, column E is titled bonus. And so that's why I wanted to point out that all of those are zeros, because we do not provide a guaranteed bonus to anybody. Everything falls under incentive comp, and incentive comp by definition is variable pay.
Understood. Thank you. So let me just make sure. Thank you. So I'll turn next to schedule G2.12.
That might just take one moment.
Sure.
I'm here, G2.12.
Okay, thank you. One moment. I mixed up my tabs here. Apologies. So I think we're looking specifically at cell C44. And it documents a 10.9% rate used to escalate salaries for the 22 months from the test year to the rate year, correct?
Correct.
And that 10.9% is based on dollar values that flow from schedule C3.15, page 3. Is that correct?
One moment.
Sure.
The information on that tab does affect the 10.90%. However, as shown on Schedule C 3.18 WP page 1 at the bottom, there is information from page 2 as well.
Okay, thank you. So generally the dollar values at the top half of C 3.15, page 3, those are in dollars, and the bottom half of the spreadsheet looks like it provides a number of percentages rather than dollar values. So I think what the authority is looking to clarify are the percentages in the bottom half of Schedule C 3.15, page 3 related to the 10.9% escalator in some way, and if so, how?
They are, and I can walk through that now. It takes a somewhat of a winding path, but I'll try to help follow the bouncing ball.
Okay, thank you.
So first, we're starting with the 10.90% on G 2.12. That's what you pointed us to. My apologies. So it begins with 10.90%, the percentage that you pointed us to, and I've turned next to C 3.18, page 1, and I'm looking at cell D63, where I see that same exact percentage, but this time it comes with a formula. It's not a pasted value, and you can see it is the division exercise. It's taking some rate year dollars and dividing it by test year dollars to effectively impute, setting aside the headcount changes that we've reflected on C 3.15 and some other adjustments that we've reflected, what is just the baseline wage increase on average that we expect? And so you can see on C 3.18, page 1, the section I just pointed to you to, which specific numbers from C 3.15, page 2, we're picking up to do that dollar value calculation. And then, for example, to pick on the first rate year number in that little section of C 3.18, I see total compensation of 46,993,000, which you can trace through to C 3.15, page 2, and then trace through even further to see how the percentages on page 3 have influenced that number. So it's a little bit of a winding path, but that's the path it takes.
Can I follow up? Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to let my colleague, Mr. White, follow up. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The dollar values, I followed those. It's all linked. What I'm wondering about is the percentages in the bottom half of C3.15, page 3. I mean, generally speaking, those numbers down there are hard coded, and there's some formulas that just follow through to the hard coded percentages. I'm just wondering, are those percentages, is there a way to like add those up and get to the 10.9%? Are they relevant to the 10.9%? Because they're on the same spreadsheet. I figured they might be, so I wanted to ask.
Sorry. They for sure are relevant. I'm assuming that you're referencing in your statement about pasted values, C 3.15, page 3, numbered lines 1 and 2 for the interim year and the rate year, where those are, I see now they are pasted values. Those are derived from the percentages down below. So changes to those percentages would change this value. You can see, for example, for other rows here for new hires or promotions, you can see the formula and how those values are linked to the percentages down below.
Would it be possible to add up those percentages and get to the 10.9% in some way?
It will be difficult because there's weights going on. So we have a rate year that doesn't perfectly align with a calendar year, and the rate increases take effect, I want to say January 1st off the top of my head. So it would be tough to add up 1.5 plus 1.5 plus 3.5 plus et cetera to get you to the 10.9. It is going to be somewhat of a weighted calculation.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
If it would be helpful, we could, via late file or something else, provide some information as to how numbered lines 1 and 2 on page 3 were calculated to maybe help you better trace through exactly how those percentages are linked, but I don't know that we'll be able to add up this percentage plus that percentage plus that one equals 10.9.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 22, which I will do a shorthand as provide the methodology used in, what was this, UPA?
C3.15, page 3. And G2.12. The methodology deriving the labor escalator of 10.9%.
Okay, is that clear?
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
So I also wanted to circle back to compensation performance metrics. Just to be clear, Is the company its rate application proposing any changes to the executive compensation performance metrics adopted by the decision in docket number 220808?
Uh, We don't recall submitting specific testimony on this or covering it in a data request. However, we have broadly proposed a revenue requirement that reflects the company's reasonable and necessary costs of providing service. And we have expressed repeatedly why the company needs a board of directors, why we need executives, and why the pay of those people is reasonable. And so we think those costs should be included in the revenue requirement because they are reasonable and necessary costs of operating the utility. But we have, to our recollection, not provided direct or rebuttal testimony or data requests on this topic.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to circle back. We had talked about clawbacks specific to the for retention bonuses. And I recall those payments could be split up and could be clawed back upon an employee's exit from the company. Is there any way to void that clawback, either by execution of a non-disclosure agreement or any other document?
It's a case by case scenario. Every compensation package has different they're all based on individuals, right? And every individual has different facts and circumstances. Every individual may be coming from someplace that has completely different packages or things look different. So everything from compensation tends to be a case by case basis.
Okay, so it is conceivable though that clawbacks can be voided with an NDA.
It could in theory happen, yes.
Okay, thank you. And has the company ever done that? Utilized an NDA to void a clawback?
Subject to check, we're not aware of any.
Thank you. And I also wanted to circle back on thinking more about retention bonuses and assessing risks for critical roles. Does the company factor in whether, for lack of a better word, the knowledge gap from that departure can be bridged through training of the new employee or through any sort of coaching?
Yes, the company does factor in the department, right? Other peers, if we can absorb the work. So it is consideration when we're looking at those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And we'd also, we engaged in a discussion earlier about UPA 007 attachment 1 and UPA 007 attachment 1. Would the company just be willing to submit a late file, just combining those so that authority staff just has the total executive comp on one spreadsheet?
Let me just read back to you what I think you're asking, so we're on the same page. You want the test year, 2025, 2026, combined for UPA 001 and 007, those dollar values, the test year dollar values?
Test year.
Or the rate, or do you want the rate year?
If you could do both of them, test year and rate year.
Okay.
And just so you understand exactly what I'm thinking about is we were speaking before, I wasn't looking specifically at it. And it looks like the column headers are slightly different. So I just want to be certain about the numbers that we're talking about.
Sure, so we'll update UPA 001, which already has the test year and the rate year, to also include UPA 007.
Yeah, VP 51.
Okay.
Thank you.
That concludes the authority's cross-examination. And thank you to the panel for your time this morning.
Just to be clear, Attorney Rod, is that late file 23?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, that was late file exhibit 23.
Thank you, Attorney.
Okay, thank you. Let's transition into cross from the OCC, please. Okay, when you're ready, you can begin cross by the OCC, please.
Okay. Hello, I'm Rory Apollonia, and I'm a accounts examiner for the OCC. I hope everybody's doing well today.
We are, thank you. Nice to see you again.
Oh, nice to see you as well. All right, so just give me a moment, and I'll start with my questions here. I'll give you my first question. So this is general. What provider or company is handling the administration of pension benefits?
Pension benefits are administered by PwC.
Okay. Is this the same provider and company that's handling the administration of 401k benefits?
The 401k benefits are handled by Fidelity, so it is not the same company.
Okay. Can you provide a reason why you have different providers for each?
Sure, Fidelity is a leading provider of 401k administration, whereas PwC's expertise is on the actuarial and pension administration side.
Okay. For Fidelity, before you went with them, did you reach out to other providers for like bids?
Yes, back in 2020, 2021, we had an RFP for 401k administrators. T Rowe was the incumbent. And after a thorough RFP process, Fidelity was awarded the contract.
Okay, that's good.
Just to clarify on that, all human resources purchasing, this would be part of purchasing, need to follow the purchasing procedures and guidelines, which requires having RFPs and going out to bid unless it meets certain exceptions.
Okay. And what about PwC? Is it like a similar situation? Reaching out to like other, PwC is a Big Four accounting firm. Did you reach out to other Big Four accounting firms?
That is correct. That RFP was done back in 2019.
Just to clarify, we did not reach out to accounting firms because this is for pension actuarial and administrative services. So that was the RFP.
I understand. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to refer to response to OCC 750. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm there.
All right, great. So the answer states the pet care services were added to the program at no additional cost to the company. Who is paying for this cost?
So the Bright Horizons program, right, is a holistic benefit that includes childcare, other family needs, as well as the pet care. The pet care benefit was added at no cost to the company, no additional cost to the company at the end of I think it was 2021, beginning of 2021. The usage is ultimately paid for, just like for the backup dependent care, by the company.
Okay, and your shareholders are okay with you providing this additional benefit to your employees?
I think the benefit needs to be looked at in the totality of the entire benefit in a more holistic viewpoint, that the company offered this benefit trying to be inclusive of people who don't have children, who still have needs, and just a reminder, this benefit is for work-related purposes only. It's more of an emergency backup. If a line worker has to be called into for storm duty, and they need to, hire somebody to let their dog out or deal with their cats. It's more to make sure that we're providing the manpower when needed, and there's no loss of or paying overtime wages.
Okay, I understand that. So just to be 100% clear, ratepayers are not paying for this benefit, right?
So currently, from 220808, this was one of the disallowed costs. And ratepayers right now are not paying for it because it is not in our current revenue requirement. It is, however, in the request for the revenue requirement in this case.
Okay, got it. Thank you. How many employees used the pet care benefit in 2024?
I don't have that number in front of me. Can I get a read-in for that?
Yeah, that's fine.
And sorry, what time period?
For the year of 2024.
Okay.
Read in O.
Okay. So moving forward, is the provider Bright Horizons the same company as Bright Horizons Family Solutions Corporation?
It is.
Okay. So just generally, does the company agree that the United States of America's labor force is roughly 170 million workers?
Mr. Apolloni, can you provide a source for that? Or I'm not sure the company can answer that sort of broad general question.
Okay. So this relates to your OCC 762 answer. And I'm just trying to do some math here. I know you don't state that, but I'm just wondering if you would agree that that is the United States labor force.
We wouldn't be able to agree to that, but we could do math with you.
Okay, I'll take that. Okay. Let's look here. Is it correct to believe that approximately 50.5 million people quit their jobs in 2022, as stated in the company's response to OCC 762?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Would you also agree that 50 divided by 170 is equal to 0.294 rounded?
50 divided by 170 is equal to 0.294117.
Okay. 0.294117. Okay, that's fine. But so you would agree, that's pretty much the decimal, right?
Yes, I would agree that rounded 50.5 divided by 170 is approximately 29%.
That's good. Okay, so we're gonna take this number 0.294 times 100 to make it into a percentage. That's 29.4%. So if 29.4% of workers left their job in 2022, the Great Resignation, 29.4% is significantly greater than UI's 5.1% of employee turnover rate as stated in OCC 762 answer. Would you agree to that?
I would agree to the math. I can't agree to the initial 170 million, but that's outside of this panel's expertise.
Okay. We're gonna move forward. I'm gonna refer to OCC 779 UI attachment 1. Let me know when you're ready.
Sorry, repeat that number again?
No
Seven-
problem. It's OCC 779 UI attachment 1.
We're here.
Okay, good. So I see 2 rows here. Does that mean that 2 UI employees received the incentive for an electric vehicle?
That's certainly what it looks like. We'll just need to do a read-in confirming that because the person that provided this specific information just isn't on this panel.
Okay, that's fine. And in this reading, read-in, excuse me, can you provide the make and model of the 2 electric vehicles?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's read in P.
Okay, also, we're gonna go for the job titles of the 2 employees. That's okay.
Yeah, just to confirm, you're looking for us to confirm that OCC 779 UI attachment 1 of the incentive paid is the UI portion of the electric vehicle incentive paid. And then what, for the 2 rows that are here, 1 and 2, what the make model of the electric vehicles were that were purchased, that the incentive was paid towards, and the job title of those 2 employees.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you. I know that's lengthy. Okay. Are you okay? All right, good. So moving forward, I'm going to refer to OCC 784 interrogatory response. You there? Okay, good. So I read that there were no unsatisfactory ratings in 2023, and this is good. But can the company give me an example of what would cause an employee to be rated as unsatisfactory?
Sure. So the company changed their ratings in 2023. So 2022 and prior, we had 5 ratings, including the lowest rating, which was unsatisfactory. In 2023, we changed the ratings to 3 from 5. So now we have partial to exceeding. And so for the 2 lowest levels, they're combined into the partial rating. Someone who would receive a partial rating in 2023 would be either developing in their role, so perhaps they just started and they're not fully proficient yet, or it could be a performance issue. And employees with performance issues are identified after the performance period has concluded. And if they're not already, they're generally placed on a performance improvement plan and then measured accordingly.
Okay, that's good. Just a couple follow-ups to your answer. For these new employees, if they're like union employees, are they like on a job probation for like 6 months or something?
Yes, thank you for that clarification. So the performance ratings are only for non-union employees. Union employees do not receive performance reviews.
Okay, that's good. And what was the reason for going from 5 different brackets to 3?
The company was looking to simplify the performance review process when they moved to 3 ratings.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna go to OCC 762A, which references, I'll slow down here. All right, I'll say it again.
762?
762. And that references OCC 142 answer. In the OCC 142 answer, the company has 4 involuntary separations in 2023. Why were these 4 involuntary separation employees not considered unsatisfactory in the incentive comp rating scheme?
Just so we're on the same page, there is no more unsatisfactory rating, and that rating went away at the end of 2022. So in 2023, that wasn't an option for a rating. There was only the 3 ratings that we just discussed.
Okay. And for the 3 ratings, okay, I'll take that. Let's move forward. Just hold on a second. I'm thinking about this. It might
Sure.
Thank you. So what rating did the involuntary separations get in the previous year?
We didn't have that information off the top of our fingertips here, but if it's an involuntary separation, it doesn't mean that they went through the rating process. So it could have been an involuntary separation prior to the ratings process.
Okay. So can I have a read-in for the most recent ratings for involuntary separations, if applicable, or where applicable?
So you'd like a read-in for the involuntary of the most recent, which would be the number 2? That's on the schedule in OCC 762. So you're looking for the ratings for the 2 in the 2024 schedule?
No, I'm looking for the most recent ratings for each involuntary separation.
And just, I'm sorry to pick on this, but when
No.
you say each involuntary separation, are you referring to the 2 that occurred in 2024, 4 that occurred in 2023?
How about we take them all, right? And we just want to know when they separated and the rating situation there. Well, more data, we'll take the more data.
I understand. Just give us 1 second.
And just while my clients confer, I believe there is a statutory rule about what can be disclosed regarding former employees that I think we cited to. I can get that specific citation. So if they can confer, just whatever we read in would probably try to be compliant with that limitation on the information we can provide about former employees, if that's
Sure.
okay.
I mean, we'd be happy with just, like, for example, for a year where there were 4 involuntary separations, we don't need even job titles. We would just, if there were the most recent performance ratings, if applicable for those separations, what the ratings would be. So for instance, if 2 of them had, whatever, a medium rating, that's all
I'm
we're
with you,
looking
yeah.
for. Thank you.
Okay. So that's read in Q.
I do have an answer to your read-in O.
Okay. Okay.
There were 68 pet care uses in 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry. I guess I'm not sure if this would be another read-in, but it's a kind of a follow-up. Would the company be able to get the job titles of those 64 pet care uses? Is that something that could be a read-in or like?
So you want the job titles of the employees who use the 68 pet care uses?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
That feels like it could be kind of a lengthy read-in. It might be worth it to have that be a late file rather than reading in 68 job titles.
No, I might be able to get it. There's,
I agree. I could convert that to a late file just to save the company from having to list out verbally say 68 job titles.
there's 68 uses, but it's not 68 people.
Okay. Well, I'll defer to the company.
We'll take it back and we'll figure out if that's better as a late file read-in.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate you getting that data real quick.
I'm sorry. I don't want to lose track of this. So I'm gonna enter it as late file exhibit 24 to provide the job titles for the pet care usage in 2024. Otherwise, I'll lose track of it in the record. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just to clarify, out of the 68 uses, sorry, I just had it in front of me. It was 8 or 9 people that used it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're just gonna move forward. Okay, thanks. So I'm gonna move to OCC 785, UI attachment 1, column E. Yes, echo. Just let me know when you're ready.
We're here.
Okay, good. Why did the company set the 2023 incentive target percentage as 8?
Sorry, can you refresh column F? We're looking at column F for the 8%.
I believe so. Let me just pull it up. Yes, column F.
Thank you.
Hi, the incentive target is based on job. In the company, most incentive targets for entry-level people are 5%. Intermediate and higher to director are generally 8%, and then director and above are 20+%. So the majority of employees have an 8% target.
Okay, thank you for that. And if you move over one column, the column G of the same spreadsheet, the 2023 incentive max percentage is 16. Is that the average?
That's per the plan document. So every job has an incentive target, and then they have a maximum opportunity of 2 times their target.
Okay, and how did the company come up with these percentages?
The company came up with these percentages based on a combination of market data and historical practice.
Okay. So I'm gonna move to OCC 786, attachment 1, redacted, row 15. You there? Okay, good. So why did the company create the new job of lead analyst, customer service quality in 2024?
One moment.
No, thank you for the opportunity to confer. We'll just bring Ms. Palella up here to speak to this customer service question.
Yeah, we had submitted a request to add that position. We believed we needed extra resources dedicated toward the quality program. And so we submitted that, and that was approved in the last UI rate case.
Okay, I understand that. Just generally, did this employee that filled the role, was it a promotion up from an analyst?
I would have to double check that. I don't believe so. I believe it was somebody outside the group that was hired into that position.
Can you do this as like a read-in? Can you quickly find this or?
No, I'm confident of that. It wasn't someone within that group.
Okay, outside, all right. Take that, thank you.
Okay.
So I'm gonna move forward to OCC 788, attachment 1 spreadsheet. Row 45.
We're here.
Okay. How did the company come up with the $10,825 related to position associate engineer distribution planning?
OCC 788 UI attachment run, row 45 of the $10,825 is the UI distribution portion of the relocation expense for that particular individual in 2023.
Okay. And this, 1 second. Yeah, so my first question to that is, are you using a distribution allocator?
That amount would have been, because it's a distribution planner, would have been directly incurred in distribution, so there is no allocator for it.
Just like, since this person moved, it cost this person $10,000, $10,800, $10,825 to move.
The $10,825 is the allocated portion to UI distribution. So in theory, if this individual, and I don't know the details of this particular individual, but in theory for anyone on this listing, if they are servicing more than UI, so if this is a distribution planner who works on both UI and another operating company, this might be just the allocated portion to UI, and they could have incurred more than the $10,000.
Okay. Do you know, you just said that you don't know who this person is, but, talking to your team, do you know who this person is? And did this person move back to Spain for the parent company? Because this is a lot of, decent amount of money here for a move.
There would not be movements from here to Spain included in this listing. We do not incur costs when they move to Spain.
All right.
We can go back and check, but I quickly looking at the list, I can't confirm how many would be movements from here to Spain.
Okay, and it would be from well, we're just trying to figure out the situation, the context surrounding this move. You're saying that it wasn't from here to Spain, maybe it's from Spain to here or elsewhere. We just want more information about.
So for row, 1 second. We will get you a late file on where row 45 moved from.
Okay, that's good. And in this late file, we would also like to know if the allocation, I know you're saying it's not an allocation, but if the allocation is based on time spent doing distribution work, do you predetermine that before they start doing distribution work after the move? We want further information.
Okay, we'll do the read-in on where they move from. The allocation's gonna be based on the job and the job description, so what the job is actually doing.
Okay.
But we can provide that in the read-in.
And just,
Thank you. Mr. Apollonia, what was the OCC Interag reference, please?
The reference is OCC 788, attachment 1.
Okay, so that will be late file exhibit 25, so I'll say to refer to that and provide information regarding the employee listed on line 45, including allocation.
Okay, thank you.
And to just quickly make one more observation further to Ms. Van Lueling's point, to your question, Mr. Apollonia, I'll just note that the job title for this particular position is Associate Engineer Distribution Planning. So I know you use the phrase predetermined.
Right.
Not sure exactly what that means, but I think the
Okay.
job title may be revealing in this instance.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. So, all right, we're gonna move forward. Thank you for the answer so far. I'm gonna refer to OCC 789 interrogatory response.
That is with our customer service panel, but you can feel free to ask us and we'll see if we can.
Oh, all right, my apologies. Yeah, so my question here, has the company noticed an increasing number of customers on the medical protection types?
And we'll bring Ms. Palella back up just to answer. This is a, customer service focused question, and I believe they were excused yesterday, but we do have Ms. Palella here.
Yeah, sorry for not asking this question yesterday.
Would you mind repeating your question?
No problem. All right, so I'm looking at OCC 789 interrogatory response. And I noticed the company has an increasing number of customers on medical protection types. Has the company noticed this?
Well, I know I have basically some numbers from 2023 and 2024. So it does remain somewhat stable with a slight increase, but the arrears balances are growing as well.
Okay, so you know that it's increasing. Yeah, that's what I'm getting out of your answer, right?
Yeah, I'd have to look at additional years just to confirm.
Okay. I'll take that. I have one follow-up and then I'm done here.
Okay.
So does the company reach out to customers on like a yearly basis to get affirmation that these customers are still qualified to stay in the medical protection program?
They're required to qualify every year.
They're required? All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Hello, Prabhi Bandari, staff attorney for the OCC. So I'd like to start by going back to our requested late file on pet care. I believe it was late file exhibit 24. Could we also get the dates that the pet service was used?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, could the panel please turn to the company's response to OCC 731?
We're here.
Great. So I see that this EV and a hybrid incentive program began in 2021. Can you please explain why UI decided to implement this program?
One of the goals is to be a leading sustainable energy company, and part of that in meeting certain sustainability goals is electric vehicles, and so that's why this program was implemented. As well as it helps to attract talent and keep top talent.
Okay, so UI created this program on its own volition, correct?
It's a company-wide, it's an Avangrid-wide program. It's not just UI.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, but this is not in response to any state directive or an order from Pura.
No, it was not in response to a state directive or an order from Pura.
Thank you. Now, are these incentives available to all employees?
We need to double check.
Okay.
So that will be reading, I forgot the letters. Q, R.
Read in P?
I think R.
R. That table needs another mic.
Okay, moving on. Can you please provide a breakdown identifying the positions of employees who have participated in the program?
That, we just took that as reading,
Is that read in P
we need,
already?
they wanted to make in the models of the EVs as well as the job titles of the employees.
Okay, I apologize for that.
No worries.
Now, are there any conditions that employees must agree to prior to receiving this incentive?
We're gonna bring up Ms. Brown.
Hi, yeah. So we can provide this, I think, in addition to the overall policy that I believe we're pulling together. But so the vehicle needs to have, or the employee needs to demonstrate a lease or car purchase, so a receipt. And it also needs to align with the DOE standards in terms of qualifying, electric vehicles that would qualify for other types of incentives just to meet a specific emissions threshold.
But there aren't any employee-specific requirements. So for example, if an employee participates in this program, would there be no requirement for them to maintain employment with the company for a certain period of time or forfeit that incentive?
I think we can confirm, but not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. And employees that are participating in this program are not required to actually drive that EV to work, correct?
There's no explicit, anything explicit about the use of that as a commuter vehicle.
Understood. Thank you. Those are all my questions. I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Wheel.
Morning, Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I'm going to start my questions actually with some follow-up to the direct from Ms. Van Luling that was from yesterday. I tried to, it was all very fast. That you used the term rubber gloving. Is that something you said?
I did, and I asked exactly what that was as well. Mr. Eves is the best one to explain that. He did a nice job explaining it to me.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chuck Eves, VP Electric Ops UI. The rubber gloving concept, in years past, when line workers did utility work, they would use sticks, so hot sticks, they'd be 7 feet away. The rubber gloving is a productivity enhancement, but it does come with additional risk to the line worker, so that's an incentive to gain those productivity improvements.
Okay,
So I'm sorry, so the rubber gloving, when you wear rubber gloves, they're thick rubber gloves that you can go up and grab the 15 kV with your hands and survive.
Wow. Okay, I'm glad that this is my job. Thank you. And Ms. Van Luling, I think I heard you say that over the course of the next year, there's an 8.5% pay increase for union employees. Is that correct?
It's 3, 1.5, 4. So it's
Yep. 3% now, 1.5 in November, and 4% in May.
in May, correct.
Okay. Was that a result? I think I saw somewhere in the record that the union contract was being negotiated during the pendency of this proceeding. Was that a result of that, the finalization of that contract?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
It's subject to be signed, which it should be done this week, and we'll provide the signed version, but it is subject to be signed.
Okay. Thank you. And I was going to ask, actually, I think the union contract was provided as an exhibit to this panel. Is that correct?
The old,
Yes.
yes, it was provided, and then we will provide the updated one, either as an update to ROU 128, which is where this was referenced that we were in negotiations, or in LFE 001, whichever you prefer.
Okay. Thank you. And I have no preferences. I mean, as long as it's available for the late file hearing.
Okay.
And part of that is that the union employees would receive 150% 401k match on 7%.
That's correct.
Okay.
Effective January 2025, correct? It's not 26, effective January 2026.
Okay. Is that a one-time match, or is that like on a going forward basis?
The 150 on 7 currently for 2025 is what UI union members who had a pension that was frozen received, and all new hires received 150 on 6% as part of the negotiation with the union. That 150 on 6 for the quote-unquote new hires, those without a pension, will be increased to 150 on 7 on a go-forward basis.
Okay. Thank you. And my next question was going to be how those particular levels were determined. Is it fair to say that those were part of the negotiations with the union? Is that how those were arrived?
Correct. They were part of the negotiations, and they were levels that we needed to get the 401k match to a reasonable level that would offset the loss in the pension freeze, the projected loss that those UI union employees were receiving, and then as well as setting a competitive 401k match for attraction and retainment.
Thank you. And with respect to the pay increases, that was just a negotiated pay increase as part of the union contract negotiation, is that correct? I can ask a maybe more relevant question. My question is was there like a separate analysis to determine that the level of pay increase that was negotiated was somehow like necessary for retention, or was it more just like a negotiation?
No, we do a market-based analysis, and then also partake in the negotiations.
Okay. Because I asked, I mean, as the company's aware, there are market-based compensation analyses in this proceeding. Could you also update those? Could you include the
Yep.
market-based analysis? that
Include
reflects-
the other pay increases that we were looking at when we would determine that those fell within the market. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Just need to write that down.
And maybe just for the sake of keeping track of it, could we just ask that that be included as part of late file one?
Yep.
Which I guess would also presume that the union contract would also be provided as part of late file one?
Yep.
Thank you. And I think, Ms. Van Luling, I'll wait for you to stop writing. I hate when people talk to me while I'm writing. I think I heard you say yesterday that some customer care positions would have a pay increase, and I think I heard that an incentive target would be eliminated.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Is that only for customer care positions?
No, the incentive target is for all
Okay.
union positions, and then the two that I quoted, I can look it up, but I think one was like 35.55, and the other one was $33-ish, but I can look it up.
Is it what you said yesterday?
Yeah, it's what
Okay.
I said yesterday.
Okay, it's on the record then, so thank you. Do you know what customer care positions are affected?
Yes, we do. One moment. I do. I'm just having trouble locating it in my email. Can we do a read-in for right after lunch?
Sure.
That's read in S.
Thanks, and just for the record, that was what customer care positions are affected by the pay increase that was discussed yesterday. And I think yesterday you said that there was a pay increase to $32 an hour for a.
It's per hour. Yeah, yesterday I mentioned. One was $32 an hour and the other one was $35.55 an hour.
Thanks. Do you know what those are? Those are increases to that rate. Do you know what their increases from?
I do. But I have the old rates, but I don't have which two roles they are, so I'll include that in read and S.
Okay.
So I'll give you the two positions and what they went from to what they went to.
Thank you. And my next question was going to be whether those increases were supposed to offset the elimination of the incentive target, but since the incentive target is eliminated for not just those two positions, I assume the answer is no. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And which incentive target is being eliminated?
The union incentive target, the 0.5%.
Okay. Oh, so that's like the whole variable pay program for union is being eliminated?
Correct.
Okay. Was that part of the union contract negotiation?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I do have some questions about the cross yesterday that pertain to ESG goals, so I assume Ms. Brown would answer those. I think my first reference is to UPA 28. And I feel bad for how long, I don't even think you need to look at it for me to ask the question, but there was some discussion yesterday about and I think I understand the response is in this interrogatory response also, but the idea that UI itself doesn't have sustainability goals, but that rather they're Avangrid sustainability goals?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if Iberdrola has sustainability goals?
Iberdrola does have sustainability goals.
Are they the same or different from Avangrid sustainability goals?
Some of the goals are aligned and some are different.
Okay. Do you have like can you give like a high level explanation for what the differences would be?
I think there's a couple of different options or similarities. So for example, Iberdrola and Avangrid both have fleet decarbonization goals. That would be a similar goal. We have a goal specifically focused on, for example, investments in the network that support climate resiliency, because that's very relevant for our business as an example. So specific to the market and our specific investments, et cetera. We also both have a carbon neutrality goal. Their goal is measured on emissions intensity, and our goal is measured on percent reduction in total emissions. So those gives you a little bit of a flavor of those variances.
Thank you. So I think I think I heard you talk yesterday a little bit about how, well, as we just discussed, UI doesn't have sustainability goals, but UI's activities can contribute towards Avangrid sustainability goals. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do Avangrid's activities contribute to Iberdrola's sustainability goals?
Yes, they can.
Okay. So by extension, can UI's activities, so for example, investments to support resiliency, if UI invests to support resiliency, could that contribute towards an Iberdrola resiliency goal?
In that case, that specific case, Iberdrola does not have that goal.
Oh, sorry.
As we think about overall emissions reduction, that would be relevant.
Okay. Are Iberdrola's sustainability goals anywhere in the record? I couldn't see them myself, but
I'm not aware of that.
would it be possible is there like a document of some kind that encapsulates Iberdrola's goals? Could that be filed as a late file exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Apologies, 1 second. Catch up. So I believe we're up to late file exhibit 26, and it's to provide Iberdrola's sustainability goals.
Yes. Thank you.
For any specific year or just the current ones?
If there is a difference between the test year 2023 and current, I've looked at Iberdrola's website. I'm not sure if that's the information that's going to be provided.
That would be,
From-
that would be the information that's provided, yeah.
So from what I can tell, it doesn't seem that there's been a change, but if there has been a change, if you could provide what the goals were in 2023 and then what they are currently.
Understood.
Thank you. Pura staff asked about response to UPA 21. There were some questions about, I think, about whether ESG goal fulfillment can be is a component of the incentive compensation plan. And I saw in UPA 19 that is the case, right? That a component of incentive compensation is ESG goal fulfillment, or at least ESG goal related. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And an OCC 137 attachment 1, which I'll give you a second to pull up.
Could you say that number again, please?
Yep, OCC 137 attachment 1. That's a spreadsheet, and I'm looking at the tab, it's the middle tab that's labeled UI non-union goals. Just want to make sure that,
This is I'm on 138, I'm sorry.
sure.
Yep, I'm ready, thank you.
Okay, so I'm looking at that middle tab, non-union goals. So 21.43% of the Avangrid objectives are ESG related. Is that correct? I'm just adding the Excel rows 17 and 18, which are labeled 5 and 6. Specifically, I'm adding the number in column B, the 10.71% plus 10.72%.
That's correct.
Okay. And the same is true for the networks business, if that would be the total of column B rows 4, 5, and 6 that are labeled, actually 3, 4, 5, and 6 that are labeled ESG, right?
Yes, excluding new legislation.
Okay, so the new legislation on row 5 is not an ESG related?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that an error that it says ESG2 on that?
Can I just clarify, because I think this was included in one of the IRs. In this case, ESG is often used for non-financial information. So it's not necessarily a specific tie to our ESG goals, but a general category used for non-financial information.
Okay. Yeah. So under the the goals then that relate to the established ESG goals of Avangrid would be the number 3, 4, and 6 then of this division of the.
Actually, specifically directly tied to goals would be TRIR and diversity and supplier sustainability.
Okay. Thank you. And going, just for the record then, going back up to the Avangrid objectives, is the same true of that too, that my guess is that only number 6 then in that, I'm looking at Excel row 18, that only that relates to the established ESG goals?
Speak specifically to 6, this is where, again, there's, I think, a a combining of elements. So on line 6, row 18, diversity, supplier sustainability, and TRIR would be included.
Okay.
Hold on, just want to check on the line 5. Yes, so just to be very specific, when we look at safety, customer service standards, in general, they are considered sustainability related, but they are not explicitly tied to Avangrid's sustainability goals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I do have some more questions about this exhibit, but I'm going to move on. I'm just saying that so that we don't have to dig it back up in a minute. My next questions, though, are about UPA 16.
Okay.
My general question is whether the kind of initiatives, the areas of support that are identified here, do those fulfill Avangrid's sustainability goals?
So I just want to make sure when you say fulfill, I think there's categories, there's actions and elements that support it. Because we look across all of Avangrid, there's multiple contributions. So I think in terms of support, I would say support rather than fulfill.
Understood. Maybe it would contribute to have been a better way to phrase it.
Contribute to, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And is that also true of the initiatives in UPA 18, which I'll give you a second to open up?
Yes.
Would those be initiatives that contribute towards maybe not sustainability, but perhaps the social, the S in ESG for Avangrid?
Again, the answer is yes. In general, they support sustainability and the concept of sustainability. Explicitly, they won't be tied to a goal.
Okay.
And maybe I'll make a sort of explain a little bit the potential contribution. So if we think about our scope 2, that includes electricity network loss and the emissions related to network loss, the ways that could support that are obviously increased renewable energy that would lower the overall emissions. It could also mean just overall lower use from energy efficiency. So if there's less electricity, there's reduced emissions. And so they're very much tied, but not necessarily explicitly tracking one for one.
Okay. But these programs in response to UPA 18 were offered, and like the question was about the programs or partnerships to ensure equitable access to clean energy solutions. And these are all programs, as I understand it, that are related to ensuring equitable kind of deployment, for instance, of EV charging programs or our shared clean energy solutions, which provides equitable access to solar. So that the equitable access components of those don't directly contribute towards a Avangrid goal?
They don't contribute to an Avangrid goal, no.
Okay, thank you.
But could be tied to, I think, as I mentioned yesterday, to an overall just transition strategy.
Okay. And UPA 25. Well, this question, I think, explicitly sort of asks the question that I've been asking, but the reason I've been asking these questions is I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the distinction between the different responses. The initiatives listed in this response do contribute towards ESG goals, correct? The question was asking, identify the ESG initiatives funded by ratepayers. So I guess
That's correct. So again, when we think about the example here in the energy efficiency example, where if you have less electricity on the grid, your emissions will be reduced. That would be, I think, speaking to the first one. We do have an energy storage deployment goal, so that would support the second one. So yes, and then overall distributed energy resources, again, would speak to the lowering scope 2 emissions in terms of network loss.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, and as I just a really basic question about how to read this response, as I understand this response, the kind of hollow bullet points represent the Avangrid goals, and then the solid bullet points are identifying programs that can contribute towards those goals. Is that the way to think of it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I would maybe just distinguish here too, in terms of, we don't have any direct commitments for the operating companies, but we do capture the actions that are taken.
Understood.
Yeah.
So for example, Avangrid has a storage deployment goal. So whatever storage deployment that UI activities contribute towards may work towards fulfilling that goal.
Exactly.
Understood.
Exactly. It could also be in our power business. It could also be in New York, et cetera. So it's really across the business.
Thank you. I had a kind of a technical question about pages 2 and at the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3. There's a caveat here with respect to the EV programs. In both the bottom bullet on page 2 and the top bullet on page 3, the last sentence says this initiative is not funded in base delivery rates. Was the reason for that caveat just because of the way that the original question was framed, because those programs wouldn't be in the rate year in this case?
I think you got it. A lot of the initiatives discussed in this response are reflected not in base delivery rates, but in other rate mechanisms, such as those captured in the RAM.
Okay. So for example, like those two programs, those are recovered in the non-bypassable federally mandated congestion charge in the RAM, or at least expenses related to them are?
I do understand that we recover EV expenses through the RAM. Candidly, I'm not sharp on the differences between the programs, so I can't comment on commercial versus residential, but my understanding is the costs of these programs are reflected in the RAM.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other revenue requirements questions right now, but thank you. I have some questions about OCC 117. And it's about it asked about a statement actually in the interim rate testimony that UI, Avangrid, and Iberdrola, that UI is in a leadership role in addressing climate change. And my question is just about the response here. This describes the response here describes several initiatives, and a lot of these were also discussed in some of the interrogatory responses I just asked about. I guess the general question is, would this response, would these initiatives work similarly in that they can contribute to some of Avangrid's sustainability goals?
As I look at the programs that are identified here, again, I think they're very much aligned with previous discussion, for example, storage or energy efficiency. Those are, again, supporting those goals.
Thank you. There's a reference to Avangrid's commitment to achieve 100% renewable electricity in corporate buildings by 2030. Would that apply to Avangrid's headquarters in Orange?
That would apply.
Would it apply to, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, that would apply in general. We, the relative to the market conditions, et cetera, but in general, it applies to corporate buildings.
Okay. And would that also include UI's offices?
That's correct.
Thank you. And your reference to market conditions, was that generally a reference to, well, what was your reference to market?
Yeah, it could be, depending on what state we're operating in and the availability of those products.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And that's, so the commitment to achieve 100% renewable electricity, does that pertain to like the supply of electricity that's purchased for the use in that?
That's
in
correct.
those buildings? Okay, thank you. There's also a reference to Avangrid's commitment to having a fleet of 60% alternative energy vehicles by 2030. What's an alternative energy vehicle?
Yeah. So because of the availability in some cases of electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, or especially when we think about medium and heavy duty vehicles, those are challenging. So we have also looked at and are implementing renewable green diesel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would like mild hybrid passenger vehicles count?
It does not count in that category. We do count the emissions reduction relative to those, but we don't count them as vehicles.
Okay. Chairman, I've just noticed I'm over 12:04. I do have several more questions, so I don't know if you would prefer to pause or not.
Are you going to be done by 12:30, do you think?
Not looking hopeful.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take the lunch break. We'll break for 45 minutes. So it's like 12:05. So let's reconvene at 12:50, please.
Thank you.
I think I have to go offline because I can't.
Yeah,
that
was happening to me yesterday.
Yeah. Thank you for the use of.
Of course. Thank you for being there.
Oh. No, it's good for all of us. I can just find it.
That is dangerous.
I know, I get worried.
Really dangerous.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need another phone.
I just want to make sure.
Okay, so I was just curious. I've only heard about it occasionally.
I know, so am I actually. I think I was 15 on the, like 150,000 miles on it, but thank you for showing that to us. Actually, Alexis, were you able to confirm the participation? Because on the website, it says all employees.
So, Rachel Becker was gonna verify.
Yeah.
Whether or not we've actually given it to any.
That we have or haven't. Yeah, I wasn't sure. When I said that too, I was like, oh, that's good. And you're like. Understood.
Oh, this isn't mine. It's Andrea's. Aye. I think
They coming back in.
I think Jacob took my charger.
Here's
Penny on the bill was like a lot, Oh, penny. Ram stuff's $1 billion, man. Come on. Oh, yeah, no, people are so soft now. That's why. It's useful. Get electricity. Yeah, it's exactly. Where's most static we've ever been with the meeting. I stayed longer than I anticipated. My youngest is his last year of grad school, so
I got like 40 years of the pension plan. I can hope that social security is still there, you know. But play, you know, here, you know, it's kind of. Say, you know, take with the contract, look at part-time, you know, day or two a week. I would just like to take a couple months off and just work my mind. Our Orlando, because it was the baseball trip. High school goes out to play. Like it's a trip I did when he was playing, and when he was in college. Daughter, her roommate, my son's girlfriend, I was from, I was like, I can believe this. But I didn't take my laptop, nothing. It's the first time I ever wanted to vacation. I had a laptop that I didn't bring it down with me. It was just so relaxing. That, you know.
Okay, we will go back on the record in 2014-04, unless there are any opening and administrative matters.
Yes, I believe during the lunch break, Ms. Van Luling was able to locate read-in S.
Yes.
Okay.
So the question was, what were the customer care positions and what did they go from to what? So the first one was the customer care rep B and billing rep B, which went from $30.39 an hour to $32 an hour plus the general wage increase. And then the second position was the customer care rep A and special billing analyst, which went from $33.77 an hour to $35.55 an hour plus the general wage increase for the term of the contract.
Okay. All right, thank you. If nothing further, we can resume cross attorney Wheel, please.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, I think I only have a few more questions for you. Before lunch, we were talking about this 60% alternative energy vehicle commitment at the Avangrid level. Does Avangrid have its own fleet, or is that goal to another way of asking the question, a better way, is Avangrid's fleet inclusive of all vehicle fleets of its subsidiaries, or is Avangrid have its own fleet?
It includes all the vehicles across the subsidiaries. For example, we have fleets specifically for our renewables business and across all of our operating companies.
Okay. So does UI have a separate commitment for alternative energy vehicles?
No, there's no specific commitment for UI.
Okay. So they don't have that 60%, but to the extent that they have alternative energy vehicles that would contribute towards the Avangrid goal?
That's correct.
Thank you. Does UI contribute any shareholder capital to fulfilling its sustainability goals? I should rephrase the question. The question should have been, does UI contribute any shareholder capital to fulfilling Avangrid's sustainability goals?
Yes.
And how much shareholder capital does UI contribute towards fulfilling Avangrid's sustainability goals?
We don't have that number explicit at our fingertips.
Could I get that as a read-in or a late file?
Does the company think it needs a late file or a read-in?
It's gonna need a late file.
Okay, and Attorney Wheel, is there a like a time bound to that in some way?
Sure. If we could have the test year through present, the shareholder capital contributed by UI towards fulfilling Avangrid's sustainability goals in 2023 to present.
Sure.
Thank you. And I think that was my last ESG question. Going to move on to some more questions about Bright Horizons. Is this the same program that was proposed in the company's last rate case?
It is.
Okay. Are there any differences in the program as compared to what was proposed in 220808?
There is one change for the backup dependent care. We removed the reimbursement option.
Did that result in a difference in cost for the program?
It resulted in a savings to the program.
Do you know what that savings was?
I do not, but I don't know if it's something that can be easily determined because it would be for future uses only.
Okay. I guess when was that option removed?
It was effective 1/1/24.
Okay, so that would be was there a change in the associated cost from the test year to the rate year for this program?
Sorry, so I think the original answer would be no, because the reimbursement change would have been included in the test year 2024.
Okay. So the total test year expense is inclusive of that change then?
Thank you for the patience, Attorney Wheel. My understanding, and I will invite my colleague to add as he sees fit, is that this change did affect the cost of the program. However, first, as described earlier, ratepayers are not paying anything for this currently. The revenue requirement that we've proposed reflects the test year level of expense escalated for inflation with no further adjustment.
Okay, so, I mean, the reason I was confused is that if the change happened after the test year and changed the cost of the program, then, I mean, then that conceptually could change the cost of the program that the company is seeking, but the response I'm hearing is that that didn't, although the inflation factor is applied to the test year expense. Is that correct?
I don't think I heard the second half of your question, but I think you got the gist. Could you just?
Yeah, I think I just heard you say that the test year expense has been adjusted for inflation into the rate year. Is that correct? Okay, but that's.
But nothing else.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'm looking at the rebuttal testimony for this panel. And just a second. Looking at page 35.
I'm there.
Just have a question about there's an estimate of 248 saved workdays and $134,777 in savings. Is that calculation since 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. And is that from like 2021 up to March 12th, 2025 when this rebuttal was filed?
Subject to check, but I believe that's correct.
Okay. Can you explain how the 248 saved workdays was calculated?
That would have been the 248 Bright Horizon uses that employees have used since 2021.
Okay. And are the $134,777 worth of savings reflected anywhere in the revenue requirements in this filing?
The savings is embedded, but it's not explicit savings in the revenue requirement.
Is it embedded because it's like already a function of the test year expense? I mean, does the test year expense already, the claimed savings would already be reducing the test year expense? Is that the idea? Okay. I heard Mr. Hurwitz say, yes, that's the idea. Thank you. Moving on to OCC 279 attachment 1, which is a question about employee recognition awards.
We are there.
Okay. Are loyalty gifts included in this category and in these amounts?
One moment. Yes, I think that they are.
Okay. Is there, my guess based on the response is that this might require at least a read-in, but would it be possible to provide the proportion of these amounts that are loyalty gifts?
Of course.
And would that be a read-in or a late file?
If you're looking for all of the years, that might be better served as a late file. But if you're only looking for 2023, I suspect we could do that as a read-in.
I'll ask for a late file for all the years since you offered.
No problem.
Okay, that is late file exhibit 28.
And that, again, for the record, would be the proportion within OCC 279 attachment 1, the proportion of employee recognition awards that is loyalty gifts for each of the indicated years. I have some payroll questions, starting with the initial testimony on page 19. It discusses that the company's had some difficulty with attracting and retaining employees since 2020. And I had some questions about specifically the retaining part of that statement. I see in OCC 142, which I think we talked about earlier in this discussion, shows involuntary separations. Would involuntary separations be one of the issues with retention that the testimony discusses? Sorry, I meant voluntary separations rather than involuntary separations.
Can you repeat again where in the initial testimony you're looking at?
Sure, it's on page 19. I can give you a line in a second.
That would be helpful if you don't mind. I'm sorry, and it could be me. Which exhibit for the testimony are you in? Because we can't find it on page 19.
I think might be an issue with my note. There's a couple of references, but for instance, I'm on UICBP 1. And for instance, on page 15, lines 4 to 5, that actually discusses the company's interest in attracting and maintaining talent. On page one second. I guess I'll just back up and ask a more general question. Has the company had issues with voluntary separations?
We do have voluntary separations and retaining top talent and talent for skilled markets, yes.
Thank you. And OCC 142 shows voluntary separations dating back to 2022. It looks like those voluntary separations diminished from year to year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the voluntary separations were in 2020 and 2021?
We don't have those exact numbers at our fingertips, but we know that they are less than 2022 and 2023. 2022 and 2023 were peak because that was the great resignation period that we've discussed.
Thank you. Could I ask for the numbers as a read-in or a late file dating back to 2019, actually?
We may have it at our fingertips from 220808. 1 second.
Sure.
So it's not itemized voluntary versus involuntary, but excuse me. I don't want to use my second bogey just yet. RRU 127 provides the number of leavers for UI by year for the period you're requesting, 2019 to 2023.
Thank you. Would it be possible to get the voluntary breakout for 2019 through 2021?
I think so. Due to someone being on PTO, I anticipate we'll need this as a late file.
Okay.
But I suspect, yes.
Mr. Hurwitz, you said RRU 127, is that?
I have RRU 127 providing a computation of the vacancy rate. And that computation reflects the number of leavers for the period 2019 to 2023 by year.
Thank you. So late file exhibit 29, I could reference that exhibit and ask to supplement to also show a voluntary.
Yes, thank you. And I did figure out what I was on page 8 instead of page 19 of the testimony. And I'll just say for the record, the statement I was referencing is on page 5, where it says, since 2020, the company has experienced a sharply increased trends of difficulty in attracting and retaining employees. So that's also why I asked for 2019. When an employee voluntarily separates, does the company use exit interviews or any other method to discern the reason why an employee separates?
Yes, we do.
Is that in every circumstance for a voluntary separation?
Yes, our onboarding team, people experience team does the exit interviews, and in certain cases, the people business partner will directly contact the exiting employee and conduct an exit interview as well.
Is there like any kind of internal log? Does the company have like classifications of reasons for separation, like compensation as a classification, or like location? Is there a kind of an easily discernible data set that shows why people leave?
One second.
Yes, we do have it broken down.
Would it be possible to maybe supplement that late file to provide, unless you have it now, to provide the reasons? I mean, not that we don't need to hear the, private personal reasons for separation, but for example, if someone separated for compensation, if we could get a breakdown of the voluntary separations from 2019 through 2024.
Yes, for a clarification, we might not have that data as far back as 2019, but we will definitely provide the data that we do have for the years where it's broken down by category.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
My next, I'm sorry, we need a late file. Oh, no, we don't. We're supplementing the late file number we already have. My next question is about OCC 859 attachment 1.
We are there.
Okay. So column G shows the distribution allocator, and that changes every year. How is that allocator calculated?
It's calculated in a manner consistent with the wage allocation factor reflected in the formula transmission rates that UI files, and we provided the calculation of that allocation factor in the test year on Schedule C 2.2A. And as I recall being referenced in the response. I'm sorry, I've been terrible at the microphone this hearing. We provided the calculation on Schedule C 2.2A in our initial filing in this case, and there was a data request response, I believe, RRU 318, that provides the calculation across all of the years.
Thanks. And generally, what drives the difference from year to year? Like, what would be the reason why it would change from one year to the next?
It's going to depend on the time charging of the company's employees. There's a series of groups of FERC accounts that the cost of employees' time will land on depending on the internal order they charge that time to. And then each one of those groups of FERC accounts has either direct assignment or allocation rules set by FERC.
Okay, and that's driven by like the actual time charged in the as of year end?
That's correct. In the prior calendar year, there's some interesting timing considerations where the allocation factor used on our books during the year will get updated based on data that is not through year end because the year has not yet ended, but that is the intention, yes. And what we ultimately file with FERC, it will reflect the FERC Form 1 and the time charging through the end of the year.
Thanks. I was actually a little confused about a response to one of Mr. Apollonia's questions with respect to the relocation expense, about how that in a circumstance where an employee is being relocated, for instance, to UI and hasn't performed work yet on distribution. I think Mr. Apollonia maybe already asked this question, but I'm hopefully explaining my confusion with it. My understanding of how allocation works is based on actual time charged. Is the allocation, we discussed that it's based on the position, so would it be the allocation factor assigned to that position based on the data from the prior year for that position?
So for the relocation example, that job position, since that was a distribution planner that we were looking at, that job position is going to be 100% distribution. So there will be a default code, and that should be going to 100%. Now, if in theory that person started and then started to help on transmission and charge some time to transmission, they could charge their time to transmission. But the job that they were hired for was meant to be a distribution planner. That's why they were brought over. That's why it would be charged to distribution.
Thank you. I think what I missed in that conversation is I hadn't realized, I thought I had heard that the amount provided was the amount allocated to distribution, which I assumed meant that there was some other amount that was allocated to transmission or otherwise. But what I missed was that amount is the 100% all-in cost of that relocation expense. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
what I'm not entirely sure about, and we're getting it as part of, I think it's one of the read-ins. It could be a distribution planner that is a UI and maybe possibly another OPCO distribution planner. So if that's the case, if it was, say, a CMP distribution planner and a UI distribution planner, then it would be allocated between UI and CMP. I don't know. Without the name, I don't know which OPCO specifically, but it would, because the role is a distribution planner, it's going to be charged to distribution.
Understood. Thank you. Just a question of whose distribution, right?
Exactly.
Okay. When labor is allocated to transmission, how are those costs ultimately recovered? Do you know if that's in local network service, regional network service? Is that how that flows eventually to the TAC?
So there are broadly what I will group as 3 elements of UI's, I'll actually call it 4 elements of UI's transmission costs: RNS, LNS, Schedule 12C, and then everything else, which is primarily ancillary services. There too, it will depend to some extent on the time charging of employees. There are certain categories of FERC accounts, i.e. FERC accounts 901 to 910, that are only sent to LNS from a transmission perspective. There are others that can go to RNS. Offhand, I don't recall whether labor can make its way into Schedule 12C, but it will depend on the time charging of the employees, is the overall answer to your question.
Okay, thank you. And then to the extent, for instance, that the allocation of allocated transmission labor is in RNS, then the portion of that would be allocated the same way RNS is allocated among the several different states, right? Or different entities within the region.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. OCC 759.
We are there.
So this response, we had asked about some confusion between these two numbers, and I understood the response to say that the company was going to correct the final filing to reflect a correct number, but I just want to make sure I understood. Is the correct number of FTEs as of the application 592.4? Is that the correct number as opposed to the 603?
That sounds right. Just give me 1 second to review and confirm.
Sure. And for the record, this is about distribution FTEs specifically, which is why this question arose.
The 592.4 is the correct number per our initial filing as described at the tail end of this response. And as you just alluded to, we do intend to update for the most current information available as of the close of the record.
Thank you. I have a question about OCC 859 attachment 1. Again, this is one we were just looking at a little while ago.
Still have it.
It looks like the average UID headcount, and UID I understand to mean United Illuminating distribution headcount. Is that correct? Looking at column H.
That's correct. As we describe I think it was this response, maybe it was another one. There is no such thing as actual distribution headcount. This is a adjustment for financial purposes, but that is what this column reflects.
Thank you. It looks like the average from November of 2023 to October of 2024 in that column is 553.
You just repeat the date range again for me.
November 23 to October of 24.
You said 553?
That's what I said, yes.
That's what I got.
So my question is the number I just asked about the 592.4, does that mean that there's 39 incremental distribution FTEs in the original application? Incremental to October of 2024?
No, that's not what that means. There are at least 3 reasons why those numbers will differ, maybe more if you gave me longer to think about it. But the 3 things that are coming immediately to mind, this schedule that you've pointed us to, OCC 859 UI attachment 1, well, it reports open positions in Excel column F. The calculation of UID actual headcount in Excel column H does not include those. In contrast, our proposed revenue requirement includes both open positions in active recruitment and a vacancy rate adjustment. And we've submitted some testimony about why that we felt that's appropriate. Second, this reflects updates to that distribution allocation factor that were not in our initial filing. I think Schedule C 3.15, page 1 reflects the distribution allocator of 85.48%. In contrast, 859 updates says the months pass. And then third, the initially filed revenue requirement will include incremental FTEs that we're requesting, whereas OCC 859 will not.
Understood. I think what I was missing, I do recall in your initial testimony, I think it's framed that the test year, the rate year amount at that time was framed as filled plus vacant position. So that's one of the things, that's the first thing you just said that's not being captured in this report, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm seeing now that the calculation of column D is just taking column H is just taking column D, multiplying it by the allocation factor. So it's skipping over the vacancies. That's what you're showing, right?
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha. But this shows that at least the filled positions for distribution at the end of the test year was 529 and then went up to 575 by the last month shown here, October 2024.
This does show that, yes.
Do you know what the breakdown of that increase in filled position as between union and non-union employees?
Not sitting here offhand, but one moment, I think we've provided some union, non-union breakdowns in other discovery. Just give me a moment to review. All right, I'm struggling to identify this sitting here. We may have provided this in discovery, but I'm unable to pull that up at my fingertips. I am sure that information is findable, though.
Okay. I'm actually going to ask a couple more questions before maybe asking for that. Because I maybe like jumped to an assumption. On page 8 of your testimony, let me make sure that I have the correct page this time. Yes.
Just to be clear, Attorney Will, when you say your testimony, we are referring to Exhibit UI CBP1, just because
Yes.
Mr. Hurwitz was on a couple different pieces of testimony.
Yes. On page 8 of the compensation and benefits initial testimony, CPP1, there is it's actually the same statement that I was trying to reference earlier on the wrong page, but starting on line 5, it talks about the sharply increasing trend of difficulty in attracting and retaining employees. And then it says, particularly those with specialized trade experience. Is that a reference generally to union employees, the specialized trade experience reference?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that before asking, could we, and maybe actually this is a different way to, maybe this is something that's answerable now. Is there a way to show the, I actually already know that there is. I'll just jump to that late file. Could we have the number of union employees that make up that that increase in filled distribution positions from the end of the test year to October 2024?
I strongly suspect we can provide some union and non-union breakdowns. Would you be amenable to receiving that information for UI as a whole, since that's who the employees would be of, and then?
Yes, and as long as I understand correctly that I could apply the applicable allocation factor to figure out the distribution.
You do.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 30.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, just to play that back to you to make sure that I've got it. It is of the change in headcount from the end of the historical test year, what new people are union and what new people are non-union?
Yes.
I got you.
Skipping to OCC 121. The question here was, we asked a question about the how associate degrees in any field of study benefits the company. And the response was that specific roles within the company require a degree in a particular field of study. Is there a list of which specific roles require which particular degree?
So there isn't a specific list that shows which roles, but each position description requires, for the hiring managers to list the requirements, educational requirements, and requirements of experience.
Does every role require some kind of specific degree?
Every role does have a requirement on there. Some have associates, some have bachelor's, some have master's preferred, some are high school equivalencies.
Could you provide just a number of the number of positions at UI that require a post high school degree?
Thank you for your patience. So generally, none of the union roles do require the degree. We can pull it. It would be manually intensive because we would have to go role by role.
Okay, I mean, so if the, so no, just want to make sure I understand, none of the union positions require a post, like a degree past the 12th grade, like does that include like technical certifications?
Some of them associate's degrees.
Sure, or like my brother's a truck driver, he had to go to truck driving school
Yeah,
to do that?
certifications, correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
But would that be, you wouldn't be able to provide like a breakdown of like the positions that UI has and just a breakdown of the minimum educational requirements for each position?
We can pull.
Okay. Could we have that as a late file exhibit?
We can pull it, but we have to go job description by job description for every single one of these to derive that. So I mean, in general, unions don't, and all non-union positions would.
Okay.
Yeah, like what would be easier is if we did it by like categories, so like finance organization, yes, they require a degree. Unions, no, they don't.
Would it be easier to provide just which, it sounds like the response, it sounds like the information I want is what proportion of union positions do require some sort of technical certification above and beyond just a high school diploma?
That would be, that's a much more doable request.
Because and just so long as I understand that means based on the testimony today, that every other position at UI requires something above and beyond a high school diploma. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So could we ask for a late file just showing which union positions require any certification or degree beyond a high school diploma?
Thank you. I have that as late file exhibit 31. To be clear, is it, you want which positions, or just the percentage of positions? I didn't.
Just a number of union positions that are being requested in the rate year that require something, educational training requirements above and beyond a high school diploma. I have a question about OCC 126, which pertains to recruiters and the expense incurred for recruiters.
We're here.
Thank you. So this response notes that there was $42,760 in the test year for that expense. Is that correct?
Why is yours different? There's a revised one that you and I don't have. You have it? Yeah. Are you looking at the revision or the pre-revision?
I am looking at OCC 126 revised.
Okay, thank
filed
you.
April 14th.
We're here.
My ultimate question is just where I can see this expense in the C schedules.
There won't be a discrete line reflecting the $42,760.08 on C 3.18. Rather, it will be embedded within the total amounts of corporate service charges reflected on that schedule.
Okay. And are recruiters compensated as a percentage of the compensation of the recruited hire? In other words, when you pay a recruiter, do you pay them a percentage of the ultimate compensation the person they recruited is going to be paid?
No, they get, they're exempt employees like everybody else. It's not based on how many people they recruit per se.
Oh, so the recruiters are employees?
So sorry, I was talking about our internal recruiting team. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm asking about my understanding was that this response and this expense was referencing outside recruiters.
It depends on what the agreement is with the individual recruiter. So it could be a percentage or it could be something else.
Okay. Can you open OCC 834 attachment 1?
Yes, we're there.
Thanks. So this shows the positions that were recruited to incur the recruitment expense in the test year. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And this shows the total recruitment cost for the test year is 61,000. So is that $42,000 cost we discussed a minute ago because of allocation?
Not quite. You, the $61,000 number you quoted appears to be derived from Excel row 20 or numbered line 10 of OCC 834 UI attachment 1. And you can see from the lines up above that the $42,760.08 referenced in the prior response is one component of that total. It's not 61 is the total and 42,760 is the allocation. That's not what's going on here.
Okay. So was the actual total cost incurred in the test year for this 61,000 then? For the cost incurred for recruiters, outside recruiters?
I'm so sorry. Including both costs incurred directly at the UI level and costs allocated to UI from one or more of the service companies.
Okay. And what roles will require recruitment to fill in the rate year?
To my knowledge, the company does not have a position by position list of those roles that it intends to utilize recruiters either directly at the UI level or at the service company level. However, my understanding is this has been regular practice, and I imagine you would not want to constrain yourself by saying, well, this position in 18 months is the exact one that we're going to use a recruiter on. I imagine there would be some sort of prioritization that would make sense, but this is a regular company practice and something the company does to ensure it is able to field the competent and qualified workforce.
Okay. Thank you. I have a couple more questions about headcount. going back again to OCC 859, attachment 1. The total number of authorized distribution FTEs for the rate year. Sorry, I sent you to the wrong attachment. Is the total number of authorized distribution FTEs for the rate year 529? That the request, was that the request at the time of the application?
I'll start by noting that technically, to my knowledge, there is no such thing as an approved headcount. Rather, there is an approved revenue requirement that is used to set rates and a certain number of FTEs reflected in that revenue requirement. However, to your question, my understanding is that the number of FTEs reflected in that revenue requirement is the 529 shown here. That was established in docket number 220808, UI's previous rate case.
Thank you. Sorry, my computer is acting up again. That's favorite thing to do in a rate case hearing. Okay. And according to according to Schedule C 3.15, the actual test year distribution headcount in reality was also 529. Is that correct?
The test year ending headcount, that's correct.
Okay. So the test year ending headcount was the exact same as the level that was authorized in 220808.
I suspect if you expand the decimals, they might not be exactly the same, but I agree they're both rounded to 529.
Okay. And is it just that my assumption is that that's just coincidental because I can see in the test year that the level of FTEs is variable throughout the year. Is that correct?
The fact that it is so closely aligned is coincidental. However, we've submitted some discovery. I want to say 859 was one of those questions, but I don't recall. Actually, it was OCC 859, where we describe how the company strives for alignment between the headcount reflected in its rates and its actual operation. So it's not completely coincidence. It's not like monkeys throwing darts that happen to both land in the same place, but the fact that they were so closely aligned at the end of the historical test year is somewhat of a coincidence. But the company does pay close attention to rate case outcomes, and as described in OCC 859, strives for alignment between the headcount reflected in its rates and its budgeted headcount.
Thanks. And on Schedule C 3.15, it's the working paper actually for that schedule that I'm looking at. This says the rate year request for UI distribution only headcount is 592.4.
Correct.
Subject to check and maybe your incredible memory, is that fewer base distribution FTEs than the company requested in the last rate case?
I do not recall that offhand, but I can look that up very quickly if you just bear with me for one moment.
My question specifically was for the last rate case was for a multi-year rate plan. So I'm asking about for rate years 2 and 3, which would be roughly analogous to what's being requested in terms of time in this case.
I may actually need to take a read-in on this. I'm seeing conflicting information. This should be a settled matter.
Sure,
Yeah, would you mind if I took a read-in to just confirm?
sure.
Read in T.
Thank you. The, and maybe this is probably also for the read-in. I looked at late file 1 filed in the last rate case, and what I saw on Schedule C.23 work paper page 1 there was that for the was actually for all 3 rate years was a 608 number for distribution FTEs that are allocated for distribution.
You took long enough gathering your thoughts that I was able to reconcile the differing numbers I was seeing. I do see that same 608 on Schedule WPC 3.23 in the last case, and that is what we requested, and that's what we requested across all of the rate years. What was just tripping me up very slightly earlier is in Pura's decision in docket number 220808, page 112, table 43. It was reported that we had asked for 570, but that is a vacancy adjusted number, and it is consistent with the 608 if you reflect the vacancy rate from that case. So it's a long-winded way of saying I agree with the 608.
Thanks. Well, so I think that resolves the read-in from, at least from my perspective. But are those two numbers comparable, like given the vacancy? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, is the company requesting fewer distribution FTEs in this case than it requested in the last case?
These numbers should be comparable. There are changes, obviously. The number from the last case was based on headcount as of that time, the distribution allocation as of that time, and we've updated in this case. But we are only seeking 5 incremental FTEs this time. And yes, I agree with you that what the total number of distribution headcounts that we're seeking to reflect in rates in this case is less than we saw in the last one.
Okay. Can anyone on the panel speak to why that is? Like why the company ultimately now, and like, you know, over a year later, has determined it needs fewer FTEs than what was determined last rate case?
I can start, and then maybe some of my co-panelists have more to add, but I think the thing that's just jumping off the page at me as I look at these two schedules is the number of incremental FTEs that the company is requesting. In the last case, we were requesting, I want to say 108 incremental FTEs, and Pura approved some, did not approve others. Subject to recollection, I believe Pura approved 47 incremental FTEs and did not approve the remaining 61, I guess. In this case, we have submitted some discovery about the number of people that we've hired and the company's activities, but we are now only requesting 5 additional incremental FTEs. As I described earlier, there will be a variety of other factors influencing these numbers, but I think that's a significant factor explaining the phenomenon you've identified.
Okay. Thank you. My next question is about OCC 353, but it might not, for the interest of time, I need to pull it up. It's in OCC 353, the company notes that it's considering proposing a union ratification bonus in the rate year. And my question is just whether there's anything in the rate year revenue requirement to reflect that.
There is not. However, in the read-in that I had provided yesterday, there is a ratification bonus that was agreed to that we're looking to amortize and include in late file 001 over the period of the contract, the union contract.
Okay. Thank you. I have some general questions about incentive compensation. Is it the case that if employees who receive incentive, is it the case that given the company's current compensation structure, if employees receive no incentive compensation at all, that their total compensation would be below market?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is the base compensation absent incentive compensation below the market base compensation rate?
Yes, it is. We submitted our Aon study that analyzed the market median against our employees' non-union, non-executive pay. And I believe it came in at 90%, so it's at or around market.
Thank you. OCC 293 attachment 8, which also might not be one that you need to pull up. It identifies 3 categories of achievement, which are individual performance, company objective achievement, and business area or corporate function achievement. Sorry, corporate function objective achievement. I'm just hoping someone can describe what those categories are.
Sure. And are you referring to the executive variable pay plan, or which one are you referring to, please?
The question, the reference attachment was for the amended and restated annual performance award plan. So that's the APA, right?
Okay.
And I can give you the specific. I'm looking at just on page 1.
Is this attachment 8, perhaps?
Yep, it's attachment. Yep, it's OCC 293 attachment 8, page 1. It just lists those 3 different categories. So I was just hoping you could explain what those are.
Sure. The APA plan is broken into 3 buckets. The first bucket is total Avangrid, which is based on Avangrid total performance or the objectives of Pedro Azagra. A portion of that 35% as allocated down is included in this overall calculation for the incentive award. The second bucket is also 35% or 350 points. It's the business area or the corporate functional area. So for example, it could be networks or operating company specific, or it could be a corporate functional area like IT or HR. And depending your reporting relationship determines which business area or corporate function you fall under. Most UI non-union APA plan participants fall under networks. There's a few minor exceptions. A few fall under IT, and I think there was one other one. And then the last bucket, or 300 points or 30%, is individual performance. And that's based on the employee's goal attainment and whether their performance rating is 1, 2, or 3. And then adding all of these up together is their incentive award, subject to the eligibility rules of the plan and proration of the employee for time in the plan.
Thank you. You mentioned the achievement rating 1, 2, or 3. That's the partial, successful, or exceeding scoring. How are those measured? Like, what do those scores mean?
The performance ratings are awarded to employees through the Performance Award Administration. Employees have goals that are set at the beginning of the year and that are monitored throughout the year with their manager. At the end of the year, the manager will rate the employee based on total overall performance including attaining or not attaining goals or other factors. There is also a calibration process that performance ratings go through. And then that particular award rating determines how much of the 300 or 30% of their total award goes, they're awarded. So it's 10% for partial, 70% for successful, and 100% for exceeding.
Thank you. Do you know or does anyone on the panel know the difference in incentive compensation expense incurred between 2023 and 2024?
One moment, please.
We can keep looking, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to dig it up timely.
Okay. Could I maybe ask for that as a read-in, as well as presuming it won't include this, the total amount of incentive compensation paid out in 2024? So I guess, could I just have as a read-in the total amount paid in 2023 and 2024?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's read in EU.
Thank you. Was there any change to the incentive compensation program generally between 2023 and 2024, like the structure of the program?
It was similar in objectives weighting. There were a few minor updates, but essentially it was very similar.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I had a whole bunch of questions about the union variable pay metrics, but I think I can cross those out now. I hadn't realized that those are no longer in the rate year, but I just did want to follow up and ask, I'm sure I don't even need to ask, but that late file 1 will reflect the rate year adjustment, removing that element, as well as adjusting the compensation, the union compensation we discussed earlier. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Can you please open exhibit UICBP 9, which is one of the exhibits to the initial testimony filing?
We are there.
Okay, I had some questions about the second tab, which is labeled CT-MA. Is this is this for the EVP plan, this exhibit?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And is plan redundant? Is it executive variable pay? Is that the P in EVP, or is it plan? what does EVP stand for?
Executive Variable Performance Plan.
Okay, thank you. So, on this second tab, in the growth section, starting on Excel line 6, there's a metric here that's labeled UIL plant additions plus rate base. And in the measurement criteria in column K, it says percent achieved is based on the percent of budgeted capital additions at year end. 0% equals budget less 5%. And then it says 95% in parentheses and 100% equals budget. So I just have a couple of initial questions. What budget is this referencing?
This is the 2023 objective, so it would be the budget for 2023.
And would it be the budgeted plant to enter service within 2023?
It would be, one second. Which row is it again?
It is row 6. I'm looking at what's labeled row 2.1, UIL plant additions.
Yeah, it would be closes from CWIP to plant adds. That budgeted amount.
Okay, so is that referencing like the capital plan, the amount of plant that's budgeted to enter service in the given year?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So this says, I'm a little just confused about the number. It says 0% equals budget less 5% and then parentheses 95%. Can someone explain what that means?
So it's a range. It tells you what you need in order to achieve 100%, and then anywhere between what would make up the 100% and what you're going to get 0. So let's pretend that this metric is worth, I'm making it up, $5,000. What do you need to achieve in order to get the full $5,000? And then what are the percentages that would allow you to get maybe $4,000 or $3,000 or $2,000 down to 0? So if you want to get your $5,000, then you have to be at the budgeted amount. And so a variation of 5% is going to be within that $5,000 example that I just gave.
Thank you. So if you're less than the budgeted amount, you get less than $5,000 in your example?
Correct.
Okay. So like if a project that's booked to plant, well, if a project is budgeted to enter plant in the year is budgeted to be $5 million, but then the value of the value of the project is actually $4.5 million. This program would provide less incentive compensation in that circumstance?
That's correct.
Okay.
And this is meant as a management of overall, so looking at what is the ability to do the budgets and do the budgets accurately, and what is the ability to perform to those budgets.
Okay. Thank you. What is in the next line down in column E, it says UIL company regulatory business area targets. And then I see the description just says percent complete is based on the total percent of individual regulatory targets. What are the regulatory targets?
We just need to look at we can answer the question, we have the information, we just need to pull it. It might take just a couple minutes to pull it up.
Sure, could that also be a read-in?
Oh, we can do a read-in, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's read-in V.
Okay. And my other question, which maybe you could answer now, is I just was curious about the relationship. Like that's both of those the plant additions and the regulatory business area targets are in the growth one objective. And I understood the first one, but I wasn't sure what the relationship between regulatory targets and growth is. Is there a reason that that's in that section?
I'd have to look at the specific targets that make that up to answer that question, but we can include that within the read and V, why it's in the growth area.
Okay, thank you. On Excel line 17, and I'm using the Excel line here because there isn't really like a label for this specific line. In row E, column E, it says legislative and community stakeholder engagement. What does legislative engagement mean in this context?
It's measured by the number of meetings that the executive had with stakeholders and legislative bodies or representatives.
Okay. And is that, I see that it says number of stakeholder engagements. Is there how does that work in terms of, I'm just struggling kind of with how it works in terms of the like how many meetings are there supposed to be? Like how do you get 100%? What would it mean to get 75% in that category?
Sure, they specify the goal for the executive, and I believe in this instance, it's 20 engagements is 100%, and 10 engagements would be 0. But they do change year to year as well. This one happens to be from 2023.
Okay. Thank you. OCC 137, attachment 1. Okay, looking at the middle tab, UI and non-union goals. Is this a like generally comparable table to what we were just looking at for EVP, but for APA?
Yes.
Okay. So I just had some similar questions about how to interpret this table. So looking at column C, row 13, there's these economic objectives. Are these measuring the financial metrics for UI or for Avangrid?
That line is all of Avangrid, including UI.
Okay. Does NOE stand for net operating expense?
Yes.
And then adjusted net income is also in there. I was a little confused. I'm not an accountant, but don't those two things generally kind of function against each other? Like the lower your net operating expense, the higher your net income is likely to be. Just confused about like why both of them are measured in the same metric.
So there's differences between net income and net operating expenses. And so there's items included within net income that are like carrying charges or non-cash debt interest charges that one could say are non-controllable. And net operating expenses, there's fully reconciling items within net operating expenses because some get reconciled within margin or some sit within NOE, but more of NOE tends to be controllable than you can control for net income.
I see. So although decreasing NOE will result in a presumed offset, whatever it'll increase generally adjusted net income. There could be other things reducing adjusted net income, so that's why they're measured separately.
Exactly, like there could be higher debt costs, which aren't as controllable. Obviously, it's controllable when you go to the market and when you need your debt, but yes.
Okay, thanks.
But to your question, NOE is a component of adjusted net income, but adjusted net income includes other aspects outside of NOE.
Thank you. Yeah, I understood that. I just didn't understand. I get it now. Thank you. And FFO slash net debt is the funds from operation to net debt ratio. Is that correct?
Correct, and you can generally think of the funds from operations as your operating cash flow.
Thanks. I was about to ask. So that's like, is that generally operating income as compared to debt?
It's not. So when you look at your statement of cash flows, you're going to start with net income, but then you're going to add in depreciation because that's a non-cash GAAP expense.
Yep.
And then you're going to back out changes in your regulatory accounts. So if I had a storm and I have an increase in the storm accounts, I've paid the cash for it, but I haven't received the cash. So it's effectively, and it's not that the banking experts will tell you there are differences, but in my view, they're pretty minimal. It's like you're looking at the statement of cash flows and you're picking from the funds from the operating section of cash flows, and then you're comparing that to your debt. But it is not your operating income, because your operating income includes depreciation, amortization, which are non-cash items.
Thank you. The next line down says growth 1, rate base, asset turnover, and legislative action. And unlike the last exhibit we were just looking at, this exhibit doesn't have like a description of how exactly the mechanism works. So is there an exhibit that kind of similarly explains, we talked about before how the plant component of EVP worked. Is there something that similarly explains like how the example, for example, the rate-based target is established and how you earn the
Yes, we have OCC 144.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so would that be OCC 144 attachment 1?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm reading the description for rate base in column I. Is it fair to say it's functions similarly to the plant and service mechanism in the EVP program?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I may as well just stay on this exhibit. Column I, row 26, references the PNM merger. Isn't that merger can't cancel over?
It was, but it was terminated the last week in December of 2023, and these are the 2023 goals. So it was terminated post the goals being set.
Is there an exhibit that shows like the updated goals since then?
1 second. So it wasn't removed, but because it wasn't delivered, there was 0% assigned to it. So there was no, when I was walking through before saying, there's the 0 and then there's a target, this one was just met at 0.
Okay. So does the current APA plan still include this goal, but it has no?
No.
Okay.
So these are the these are the 2023 goals. So the current APA plans would have a new set of goals.
Okay, have the most updated APA plans with current goals been filed anywhere in this rate case?
They're not done for the 2025 year. We're in the goal setting process right now, and they will not be done before May 14th. They will not be done before May 14th.
Okay. Well, is it fair to say that to the extent incentive compensation is a component of the rate year revenue request, that's going to be modeled after the goals that we're looking at here?
The goals, the specific goals change each year. Some stay consistent. I would expect your net income, the FFO ratios. I would expect the rate base. I would expect things like the regulatory targets to remain consistent. But there's obviously going to be one-offs and specific circumstances that are new or occurring that, and those will take place of, say, this PNM one.
Okay. I guess I'll ask. I guess I'll ask a much more basic question. Is the level of incentive compensation planned in the rate year based on the test year level of incentive compensation and then increased? Is it increased by the inflation factor?
It's increased by the inflation factor.
I think there are headcount adjustments in there as well, and I think it's linked to the wage inflation factors.
Thank you. So conceptually, I guess what I'm asking is, I'm hearing that the APA plan is being modified, but that modification will have no rate impact. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the expectation. And in the modification, it's just the natural churns of differences of items. What's not going to be changed is the target levels that Catherine was speaking about before. So the total dollar values that are at stake here will remain consistent. The underlying factors that allow that achievement do change year over year. But again, there will be consistency, and I would say the majority of the items on this list.
Thank you. I had a couple more questions about this list. But I'm going to quickly read. I hadn't reviewed 144 attachment 1 yet, so hopefully I can cancel some of my questions. The rate case metric that's part of what's labeled growth 2, is that driven by rate case outcomes across all Avangrid subsidiaries?
For this particular one that's at the Avangrid level, yes, it looks at the total outcomes across all of the subsidiaries.
Okay. Thank you. What does TRIR stand for?
Oh, the total recordable incident rate.
Okay. And is that like safety incidents?
Yes.
Thank you. What does LTA stand for? I'm looking at line Excel row.
Lost time accidents.
Okay. And for the record, I was looking at Excel row 18. Anyone, not that anyone ever reads these transcripts other than us, but if anyone ever wants to follow along. Can you explain how the shareholder/other versus customer weightings work in columns D and E? I'm again looking at OCC 137 attachment 1.
Hi, yes, you're on the UI summary page.
I'm actually on the second tab.
So the 3 tabs, the very end tab, which is entitled UI Union Goals, those will roll into the UI summary. And then on the UI non-union goals, that is comprised of the 2 buckets that the APA receives. So one is Avangrid, total Avangrid, and the other is the corporate networks functional area. So for lines 13 through 18, that's Avangrid objectives. And what we did was we tried to demonstrate how many of those goals would benefit the customer. And so we then did a proportion of the total goals in column B. Those are from the EVP objectives. And then we applied the weighting of the APA plan in column D and or E to be able to say in the APA plan how much are customer related or not. For the SAIDI, SAFE, customer service, diversity, supplier sustainability, TRIR, and LTA, we advocate that those are customer related. We also propose that there's economic benefit as well that helps customers by having a healthy, reliable operation where we can also, provide for asset infrastructure, other things that also support the customer. So we feel 50-50 for the economic section. And then right below that, we put networks. So this is the overall executive for networks, including UI. Again, in column B are that executive's objectives weighting. And then in column D and E is how it's 35% of the objectives weighting. And it's a similar customer versus shareholder or other allocation. So that 14% and the 17% then roll into the UI summary. And so you'll see them in column F and lines 11 and 12. And then for the third bucket of the APA, we propose that all individual goals or employee goals are all customer relating because they're employees doing their job and their goals to do their job. So we have the total customer versus shareholder weighting. We also add the union in there, which is row 18. And then we weight them by the total target incentive or variable pay in thousands to be able to derive in column J25 the total weighting towards customer.
Okay. Thank you. Just a couple more questions. Do you know what proportion of an APA eligible employee's compensation can be made up of incentive compensation? And the reason I'm asking is I recognize that the union plan is no longer in the rate case, but that had a cap, right, at 0.05% of compensation, of base compensation. Is there anything similar like that for the APA plan?
Yes, the APA is capped by job in the APA plan. Again, entry-level employees generally have 5%, so their maximum opportunity is 10% of their base salary. The majority of people have around 8%, which are intermediate through director. So their maximum amount is 16% of their base salary. And then for directors and above, it's 20%. And then VPs and above are higher at 35 plus.
Okay, thank you. And are there caps on the EVP plan as well?
Yes, both the APA and the EVP plan have plan documents that we don't defer from. We follow the letter of the law for those plans, and there's a maximum opportunity awarded, and we don't go above that, or a potential for a maximum.
Okay, could you look at Schedule G 2.12? I think PRS staff had referenced this morning as well.
We're here.
Do the positions listed on this exhibit, are they in the EVP plan?
They are all in the EVP plan.
So I'm confused, like if I look at the test year expense for the CEO position, it looks to me like in column D, the base annual salary was 1.15 million. And in column G, the non-equity incentive plan was actually exceeded that. So I'm confused about how there could be the cap that you just described, like a percentage of salary.
Sure, for that executive's incentive plan is 100% target. So his maximum opportunity is 200%, so two
Okay.
times his base salary.
Okay, so when you were talking before about there being those limits, it's not limited to the limit can exceed the base salary.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I had a question. I think I actually talked about.
Just to clarify, that that is the only one that limit does exceed the base salary, that limit can exceed the base salary.
Okay. The president and CEO of Avangrid Networks, I noticed that their incentive also exceeded the base salary in the test year.
These five. Okay. I misspoke. These five are the only ones that can exceed the salary. The two of them are at 110. The maximum is 110% versus the 200%. So there's big differences between where their maximum does fall.
Okay, understood. I think the last couple of questions I have, and I think Ms. Van Luling, I actually bugged you about this in the last rate case. I have a vague memory of it. But it relates to some of the cross from this morning about the distinction between a bonus and incentive compensation. And looking at this same exhibit row 2, actually column E for historic year 2022, there are numbers in there for an item labeled bonus/incentive earned. As I recall, was that like because of a FERC requirement for?
It was the SEC requirement, and we had shown it the SEC way, and we were confusing everybody because it's not really a bonus, but we left the formatting for those years the same so that they're consistent with what we had previously filed. But we've updated I'll say our methodology and the way that we show these in the future, in the more recent years, to align with the theory of a bonus or an incentive plan.
Okay. So like, if you viewed historic year 2022 under the reporting structure that's reflected in the test year, would you just add columns E to column G to get a sense of like where those would have ended up under this current reporting structure?
It would be D and F. Oh, I see where you're seeing your ER. Yep, yes, sorry.
Yeah, so like for the CEO position for 2022, if in 2022 was presented in the same way 2023 is, would that 639,393 just move over to column G for that position?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And just for clarity, that's Excel column G.
Yes. Oh, yes. I see why I was confusing everyone. I was using Excel columns. I was scrolled down, so I wasn't able to see the labeled columns. Just one, I think that was my last question, but one moment. Mr. Sobolewski has entered the chat and he has a couple of follow-up questions.
Now you really need another mic.
Good afternoon, Richard Sobolewski for the OCC. Didn't take more than a few minutes. I know Mr. Wheel did some cross on a similar topic. If we could turn to OCC, the response to OCC 761, please. And if I look at the response to Part B, the allocation factors for 2019 through 2023, those were taken from the FERC Form 1, is that correct?
You said 2019 through 2023.
2023, right?
They were certainly derived from the FERC form. I don't recall whether the FERC form reports these exact percentages, but they were certainly derived from the FERC form.
Okay, and the response basically says that 2024 hasn't been filed yet. And there's potentially some changes that could be made.
It does.
Do you know when that's going to be filed?
We filed it on April 18th.
Okay, could I ask as a read-in that you check what that number is and see if the number reported in 761 is still valid?
No problem.
Read in W.
Now, what's shown here in B, is that the same as what is shown in, is that the same measure as what is on WPC 3.15, page 1 of 3, line 8, distribution wage allocator? Is that supposed to be the same thing?
They're similar, but they're not supposed to be the same thing.
Can you explain why they're not the same thing?
I sure can. And we submitted some direct testimony on this topic, and I think at least one data request response. However, if you refer to Schedule C 2.2A, page 1, you can see both the 85.48% reflected on Schedule 15, Schedule WP C 3.15, page 1, line 8, and also the 79.61% reflected in UI's response to OCC 761. Subpart B, the difference relates to the treatment of payroll that is allocated to UI from the service company. The overall wage allocation factor for purposes of UI's FERC formula rates allocates costs not just that were directly incurred at UI, but also costs that were allocated to UI by the service company. And accordingly, the wage allocation factor calculation reflects both of those things. In contrast, Schedule C 3.15 reflects only costs directly at the UI level. And accordingly, we have utilized a modified version of this allocation factor for consistency purposes.
And was this methodology accepted by the authority in the last rate case?
This differs modestly from the proposal we made in docket number 220808. In docket number 220808, PURA had accepted our allocation factor approach in that case.
If 85.48% is being charged to the distribution company, where's the other 14.5% going?
It's reflected in UI's transmission rates.
Okay, so the remainder goes to transmission?
Effectively, that's correct. There are, I will say, very modest amounts of payroll that are allocated to UI from the service companies that are reflected in rate mechanisms that are not distribution or transmission, and we've submitted some discovery responses identifying what those are by rate mechanism. But broadly, whereas the other 15% it goes to transmission. Primarily.
The 85.48%, is that the amount charged or the amount allocated?
The 85.48% will reflect direct charging at the UI level. So there's not going to be an allocation from the service company wrapped up in that. The 79.61% in contrast will reflect corporate allocations from the service companies.
So basically, there's different bases that those two numbers are applied to? 85% versus 79%?
In effect, the answer to your question is yes. It's a little bit confusing because there's no one proceeding where both of those are going to take effect. What I'm trying to say is that for transmission rate making purposes, we'll reflect the 79.61% or whatever the applicable value is by year, as that allocation factor is used to allocate both costs incurred directly at the UI level and costs allocated to UI. This proceeding, separate and apart from our transmission rate filings, we have identified a discrete schedule for costs incurred directly at the UI level, Schedule C 3.15, and then a separate schedule for costs allocated to UI. And accordingly, we've made this proposal.
The 85.48%, is that a historic number or is that a forecast?
That's derived from the test year, though it's a historical number and not a forecast.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
That's all of OCC's CrossFit panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney General. Thank you. EOE. Attorney Nigro. Thank you. Attorney Suter, or Wilkerson, not here. Okay. Commissioner Conti.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just had a couple questions related to some of the ESG components. I'll try not to rehash all the questions from yesterday and today. My notes look horrible based on this point, so I'll ask a couple questions. Does the investment community reward the company for meeting its corporate ESG sustainability goals?
There's no direct tie from the achievement of our sustainability goals to financial investor, premiums or anything like that.
Okay, so no, just a couple examples I have of potential awards, something like no favorable financing, borrowing costs, credit ratings, or higher equity valuations based on meeting ESG sustainability goals.
So there is, I think, a stronger financial position because of our overall sustainability work, as well as just the overall business delivery. And some examples, for example, the commitments we have around delivering on our power generation capabilities or our overall business commitments reflect well from a financial perspective. So additionally, the assessments and the commitments to climate mitigation and adaptation also support reduced risk from a financial perspective that's perceived well with some set of investors.
Okay. And in UPA, like 16 through 18 in the table and in UPA 26, there's references of, the company's support for the various initiatives. So what does that support look like in real world?
Can you give me the number again?
It's UPA 16, 17, 18, that table around scope 1, scope 2, and it says areas of support, like the little check.
Yes. What does that check mean?
Or not the check itself, like in real world example of what the level of support looks like.
Yeah, so some of the examples that I gave before, as we think about the actions that the company has taken, for example, on energy efficiency, if we consider the avoided megawatt hours on an annual basis for energy efficiency, that's going to directly reduce the equivalent emissions per megawatt hour, would be one example. Obviously, the state's RPS targets or the mandates in terms of renewable energy that's procured on behalf of customers that's implemented by the company would be another example. Those.
Sure. So is it fair to say that the companies essentially utilize Connecticut's public policy programs to help meet their sustainability, their
Yeah, I
corporate
think
level?
there's a mutual benefit, honestly. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to the discussion we had mentioned before, which is it's incorporated. It doesn't, there's no direct commitment or tie, but there's obviously a strong overlap in terms of the company's emission reduction targets and the state's.
Sure. So how would, I mean, if these programs were eliminated, right, because they're really at the whim, really in theory, every legislative session, how would the company adjust its goals if that were to happen?
It's why we don't have state-specific commitments.
Okay.
For that very reason. So we look at and assume that there may be adjustments either across the different states or commitments that we can execute through other parts of the business.
So with such a level of importance tied to the company's ESG seems very important to parent company and its goals, and I commend that. So would the company advocate against the elimination of these programs if that were to gain steam, or would it be neutral?
I guess
or
this
against?
goes back to that strong alignment on state policies.
Okay.
So across all the states where we operate our electricity businesses, all of those states have specific emissions reduction or net zero commitments and specific renewable commitments. So there's strong alignment. So we would assume that we're both equally aligned in terms of the achievements of both the state goals and the company's goals.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just a few questions, please. The first question is about federal funding generally. So the question is, does the company receive any federal funding? And I feel like I have to give you the next part of this so you can contextualize what I'm asking. If the answer is that you do receive any federal funding, the follow-up is, has the company received any letters indicating that its federal funding is at risk due to its DEI programming?
Subject to check, I'm unaware of any federal funding that UI is receiving, or any associated letters.
Okay, so thank you very much. Has the company adjusted any of its offerings in response to executive orders issued by the current federal administration?
The structure of what we had done and are currently doing is under the equal opportunity. And so we have not changed anything and continue to focus on equal opportunity.
Thank you. Changing course, I have a quick question about organizational structure, and I think I had this series of questions in the last rate case posed to this panel, but if it's not the correct panel, please let me know. Just a basic question to start drawing on myself. The titles that we see today, like on the panel, we have director, vice president, senior director. Can you just tell me in the hierarchy of which reports, like how that hierarchy works between those job titles, please?
So it would be managers, which I believe there are managers on this panel would report to directors, directors would report to senior directors report to vice presidents.
Thank you. So is it safe to characterize then that if, I think I looked through the panels and vice president appears to be the highest title. I don't see a senior vice president. Is that correct?
In these panels seated today, there is one SVP. Mr. O'Neill is an SVP.
Thank you. Is there anything higher than a senior vice president?
This CEO, which. Yeah. The CEO of the businesses or the CEO of Avangrid would be is the highest level. So going down, would it be CEOs, SVPs, VPs, senior directors, managers, and then below managers?
Thank you. And where does the president of UIL slot into that hierarchy?
Sorry, say that again.
I apologize. Where's the president of president of UIL slot into that hierarchy?
Yeah, but he's a VP, right? He's an SVP. So the president of UI is Frank Reynolds. He's a direct report to the CEO and he's a senior vice president.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. A couple of cleanup questions from a cross-examination I heard earlier today. I believe that there was a discussion about both an internal talent acquisition team as well as the use of an external headhunter. Did I hear that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I think where I got lost was I understood the testimony to be that you didn't assign specific job classifications to the headhunter because it was a normal business practice. So I'm wondering if the panel can help me distinguish between the role of the internal talent acquisition team, like how is the responsibilities of that team distinct from an external headhunter?
So the first line of defense is the internal recruiting team. If there are certain positions that are taking too long to fill or really specialized, that's when we potentially would engage a third party or an agency to help. And that was one of the positions that we referenced in the interrogatory.
Thank you. So is the headhunter on retainer or?
We have approved agencies that we can leverage that have went through the procurement process, but we have tried really hard over the last few years to cut down on the amount of agencies we leverage.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, there are none on retainer. We don't have agencies on retainer.
Okay, but the headhunter is captured in the revenue requirement in a schedule, correct?
The historical costs that we have spent on using outside agencies has been captured and inflated within the revenue requirement, under the assumption that we'll continue to need to use them for the specialized positions as they come up.
Okay, thank you. In an exchange with, I believe it was Attorney Wheel earlier, different topic. We were talking about the Bright Horizons program. I think there was just a misstatement, Mr. Williamson, it might have been you. I think I heard the reference of test year 2024 in response to a question, and I got a little lost after that. So I think the questions were about the reimbursement option for backup dependent care. And I believe Mr. Hurwitz, the response was that there was a change, but the company's application reflects the test year plus inflation. I was having a hard time reconciling that with earlier responses that indicated there was not a charge for this in the test year. So it felt like you were saying you were inflating zero. So I'm sure I missed something there.
No, that's fair. And let me just confer briefly. Thank you for your patience, and I'm going to give this a whirl and then invite my colleagues to clarify as appropriate. Respectfully, I think your reference to zero cost may be conflating two slightly different elements of the Bright Horizons program. My understanding is that we were able to add pet care at no cost, but then as discussed earlier with OCC, in 2024, there was an additional element of that package that we took away that does result in a cost change. So I think it was one benefit coming in at no cost, another benefit going away with a cost saving. If that helps clarify. I think the reference to zero cost was different from the thing changing after the test year.
Thank you, I understand. So say this back to you, the Bright Horizon, the authority in 220808 disallowed a portion of the program, but not the whole program. Is that?
My recollection is it was fully disallowed in 220808.
Okay, so if it was fully disallowed, then what was the cost in the test year?
My apologies. Maybe to break this up into a couple different pieces. So there's one element that is what are ratepayers paying right now? Like today, that's going to be a function of the rates that were established in docket number 220808. And our understanding is Bright Horizons costs were fully disallowed in docket number 220808. So right this second, ratepayers are not paying for Bright Horizons. Separately, there's the question of what is actually happening to the company financially. And then third is the question of what have we proposed in this case? And what we described earlier is, and again, I will invite my colleagues to chime in to the extent appropriate. The changes in Bright Horizons affect the company financially in the way that I just described. We were able to add pet care at zero cost, take away a different benefit with cost savings. But then there's separately the question of what have we put into the revenue requirement, and what's reflected in the revenue requirement that we are proposing in this case is test year plus inflation. And the test year is 2023. I think the 2024 was a simple misspeak.
Thank you. So the test year, I thought I understood that, but the disconnect for me still is that I thought you walked through with Attorney Wheel that the program experienced a cost savings in 2024. So where does that adjustment show up if you're taking the 2023 cost and inflating it?
One moment. What I described earlier is what is reflected in the company's initially filed revenue requirement. We will intend to reflect an update for this in LFE1.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then my final question is actually just a late file exhibit. So I will state the late file exhibit, which is a late file exhibit request, excuse me, which will be late file exhibit request number 32. So I'll state it and then ask if there are any clarification questions. So going back to an exchange I believe you had with PRS staff, we were discussing OCC 860. This was the line of questioning regarding retention and sign-on bonuses. I think we didn't get all the way there in terms of what the questions were seeking after we reflected on the exchange over lunch. So the request is if we could have an update of that attachment. So OCC 860 UI attachment 1. I do believe it was redacted, with a column showing the date of hire, the date the award was made. I think the attachment shows both types of awards, the current employment status and any termination date. And then separately, if the termination date was within the forfeiture, the clawback period, I'm not sure what the terminology is. Want to know whether that money was paid back, if it was paid back, why, and if any of those were subject to some of the conditions that we discussed earlier. I think the examples were a non-disclosure agreement, I think non-compete agreements. I'm not sure the company provided examples. So that was kind of a mouthful. I'm happy to repeat it.
We understand.
Thank you. Okay, so Attorneys Venora and Vaughn, it is now time for a break, but I would also ask you to consider redirect during the break. So is 15 minutes sufficient, or would you?
Might have missed it. Did you assign a late file number to your 32?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
32.
Yeah, I think 15 minutes
15.
is plenty.
Okay, then we will return at 3:15 to do redirect, and we'll immediately move into the next panel, please.
Constant. And then once you're done with this, then
Right. Okay. I don't think so, but like, are you? Really?
Um, I'll go first with Jacob.
Tracks and then read-ins, or does that matter? Doesn't, I don't know if it matters. Let's just see, yeah, we'll do the read-ins first.
Yeah, I was thinking
Yeah.
first, just because
Yeah.
she's gonna want to.
Yep, yep.
Attorney Vaughn.
Thank you, Chair Gillette. We do have some brief redirect. We also were able to locate read-ins R and W. So I think if we read those in and then we'll go on to our redirect.
Okay.
Ms. Brown, were you able to locate the information requested in read-in R?
Yes, all employees are qualified for the EV Employee Incentive Program, and it's capped at 95 people.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hurwitz, were you able to locate read-in W?
I was. The final 2024 wage allocation factor based on UI's 441 is 81.26%.
For the company's redirect, Mr. Hurwitz, you recall questioning a couple of minutes ago from Chairman Gillette on the Bright Horizons costs?
I do.
Do you have some clarifications you want to provide with respect to the cost of that program and how they're reflected in the revenue requirement?
I do. And at the risk of further confusing matters, I think some of us heard your question slightly differently, and I just want to make sure we're answering what you're seeking. There are benefits of the Bright Horizon program, and there are costs of the Bright Horizon program. As my colleague, Mr. Williamson, described, the benefits of the Bright Horizon program are embedded within the revenue requirement. There's not going to be a discrete line for them, but the company had the program and experienced the benefits, and those are baked into the actual expenses we're reflecting. Separate and apart from that, there are costs associated with the Bright Horizon program, and we discussed how those costs may change after the end of the historical test year. What we intend to update in LFE 1 is the change in cost. We do not intend to reflect additional benefit because in our view, that would be inappropriate as they are already reflected.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Rosato, yesterday, do you recall cross-examination on various trainings offered by the company?
I do, yes.
And do you recall cross-examination on what was meant by inactive trainings?
Yes, I do.
And why would a training be labeled as inactive?
It could be inactive for a number of reasons, primarily to update content that reflects new laws, best practices, regulatory requirements, and or policies.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all our redirect. Thank you.
That's all. Okay, very good. Thank you. Then we will excuse this panel and request that the company's panel on electric operations approach.
believe we're tracking down name tags for Mr. Pereira and Mr. O'Laughlin, but we can begin with the preliminaries if you'd like.
Please.
To the panel members, would each of you please state your full names and positions for the record?
Charles Eves, Vice President of Electric Operations for UI.
Adam O'Loughlin, Senior Director of Investment Planning.
Armando Pereira, Vice President of General Services.
Thank you. And Mr. Eves, you were previously sworn and adopted your pre-filed materials.
Thank you. If the other two witnesses can please raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you, Attorney Fountain.
Thank you. Mr. O'Loughlin and Mr. Pereira, as part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits in this proceeding, which were marked as exhibits UI, EOP 1 through 5?
Yes. Yes.
And Mr. O'Loughlin, did you also co-sponsor pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits as part of the capital investment panel, which were marked as exhibits UI, CIP 1 through CIP 11, and exhibits UI, CIP 3 and 4 supplemental through UIPC through UIP, UI, CIP 3 and 4 supplemental 4?
Yes, I did.
Did each of you also, to the panel, did each of you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
And do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in an interrogatory response?
No. No.
And do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And lastly, for the panel, for the purposes of admission into the record, have you reviewed and do you adopt the interrogatory responses submitted by other individuals identified in the company's April 24, 2025 letter on witness panels in the area of electric operation?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will begin cross-examination by the authority staff. Attorney Riley.
Thank you, Chair Gillette. Good afternoon to the panel. We're going to start with utility production zone expenses. So the company has hired 2 contractors to implement the UPZ program according to the UPZ plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the contracts for those 2 contractors are for a 3-year span from 2024 through 2026. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there are escalation factors built into those contracts?
Yes, there would be.
So in developing the UPZ plan cost estimates, the company is multiplying the estimated miles completed for both single and 3-phase by the cost per mile. Is that correct?
We develop cost per mile estimates. Now there are variables there. I mean, based upon the tree cover. So we take an understanding of the areas that we're going to be trimming and that can govern that cost per mile significantly.
Okay.
The post road in Orange has very little trees, as opposed to Woodbridge, which would have a tree, every 5 feet. So.
Okay, understood. Thank you. So turn to reliability and maintenance. Does the company utilize the same vendors for the reliability and maintenance plan as the UPZ program?
Yes.
Okay. And then since they're utilizing the same vendors, are those vendors covered under the same contracts or different contracts?
It's the same contract and it covers both scopes of the work.
Okay. So I think we're going to take a late file for RSR 68 for those attachments and just identify for the authority the contract terms, including pricing that are applicable to reliability maintenance specifically. Just to clarify, I think the authority was trying to parse between what was applicable to UPZ and reliability maintenance, and we want to ensure that we're delineating between what contract terms apply to what parts of those different programs.
Okay. I'm sorry, and that slate file,
That is lay file exhibit 33.
Thank you. So I think we're going to next turn to interrogatory response, RSR 68 attachments. There's attachment 4, and also attachment 1, page 63 through 65.
RSR 68, attachment 1.
And I believe there are redactions in this document, but we won't be discussing specific pricing terms.
And then I'm sorry, the attachment you referenced was?
It was attachment 1, 63 through 65.
Page 63 through 65, okay.
And I'm sorry, attachment 4 might be useful as well.
And the page reference there?
I'm sorry, I actually don't have a page reference for that. Okay, thank you. We might be able to get through the question without
Okay.
that specific reference. So are the cost escalation factors included in hotspot or time and material work, or both for those contracts?
I'm sorry, let me understand the question. So you're asking, are there cost escalation factors included for both of those types of work?
Yes.
Yes, there would be.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to turn to RSR 68, attachments 1 and 2. And again, we might be able to get through this without the specific reference. Do the contracts have property owner notification and debris removal and restoration costs included?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Return to outside services, the electric distribution system line item. And this is relevant would be RSR 157, UI attachments 2 and 7. Again, I believe there are redactions here, but we're not going to be mentioning specific pricing terms.
I'm sorry, the reference was RSR 157?
That's correct. Attachments 2 and 7.
Okay.
And I think all we're looking for here is that the vegetation management costs, including UPZ program costs, are not reflected in Schedule WPC 3-4, and that all expenses should instead be reflected in WPC 3-05 or 3.05. And for context, those attachments 2 and 7 seem to relate only to UPZ expenses. So we're looking to confirm that those are inadvertently added to support outside services.
Yep. I'm navigating to the C schedule.
Yep.
I see Mr. Hurwitz has joined me at the table. Okay. I think to compare these, the complexity of these these schedules and those costs, we would need to review and take a late file. So could you reiterate the request one more time, the two different line items that you want compared and?
Sure. So RSR 157, UI attachments 2 and 7, they appeared to support the UPZ expenses for the test year. So the authority is looking to confirm whether those expenses should be reflected in Schedule WPC 3.05. So in other words, they support the UPZ program expenses rather than the outside services enumerated in Schedule WPC 3.04.
Outside service and C. Okay.
It's late file exhibit 34.
Thank you. Does the company need any further clarification?
No,
we got it.
We got it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reeves. Again, we'll be looking at, I don't think it's necessary to open all of these attachments, and perhaps this might be another read-in opportunity or a late file, but it's RSR 157 attachments 1 through 17. And we're looking to ensure that the contracts submitted as attachments 3, 6, 10, 12, 13, 14, and 16 still are in effect now and through the rate year.
Could you just list those numbers for me again? That was a lot of numbers.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was 3, 6, 10, 12, 13, 14, and 16.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, those involve more than vegetation management, so we'll have to take that away.
Okay. So I would, if we have to take that as a late file, I'll just reiterate again for the record. Are the contracts submitted as attachments 3, 6, 10, 12, 13, 14, and 16 still in effect now and through the rate year? And I'm just going to add, if not, indicate whether a subsequent contract has been entered into in the rate year for similar services and provide the operative contract. And then I have one more late file request as well.
Okay, that last one was late file exhibit 35.
Thank you, Chair. So for RSR 157 attachments 1 through 17, we're also asking for a breakdown of the company's outside services, electric distribution system, test year expenses by the list of contractors provided in response to RSR 157.
Breakdown of the outside services broken down by the contracts in RSR 157.
Yes, a breakdown of the outside services, electric distribution system, test year expenses by the list of contractors provided in response to RSR 157.
Okay.
Okay, and that is late file exhibit 36.
Thank you. And I'm going to make a bit of an abrupt shift to I see that Mr. Pereira is on the panel. So I'm going to ask a fleet question while we have him here. Specifically, RRU 182 and 346.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. So, and I'm sorry, Schedule WPC 3.13, footnote 1 might be important to have up as well.
Could you repeat that?
Yes. So footnote 1 of schedule C 3.13 WP.
SAR 232.
I'm sorry. So it's RRU 182 and 346, and then a reference to footnote 1 of Schedule WPC 3.13.
Okay.
So the footnote in the schedule seems to indicate that the company made an adjustment to test year transportation expenses of 214,000 to account for 212 vehicles in the rate year that are past replacement date. And then, and then RU 346 attachment 1, my apologies, I didn't have the attachment, shows that 212 vehicles reached or were past their replacement dates during the test year. So I'm trying to understand whether the impact of the 212 aged vehicles already included in the test year make a rate year adjustment redundant based on what the company has provided.
I'll need to confer with my colleagues.
Okay.
My apologies, Attorney Riley. Could I ask that you repeat your question? We've got all the documents up, but just want to make sure we actually answer what
No
you're saying.
problem. Yeah, there's a number of moving parts there. So I think we're just trying to follow along. Schedule C 3.13 footnote 1 indicated that the company made an adjustment to test year transportation expenses of 214,000 to account for 212 vehicles in the rate year that are past replacement date. And then we're trying to compare that to the response to RRU 346 attachment 1, showing that 212 vehicles reached or were past their replacement dates during the test year. So I'm just trying to understand if the impact of the 212 aged vehicles, has that already been included in the test year? So that would render the rate year adjustment redundant. And I understand the company provided a response, but it's still a little lost.
Thank you for your question. The vehicles were retained, and as a result, there's increased maintenance associated with the aging vehicles. And that's reflected in the 214,000.
So
as they age, the failure rate would increase. So, I mean, a general, distribution of failure, there's a distribution called the Weibull distribution that applies to asset failure as they age. So this represents that increasing failure rate over that vehicle population as it continues to age. So yes, that there was an increased rate of failure in 23, but that will continue to escalate. And typically that Weibull curve is an exponential, not a linear distribution. So it will increase over time as those vehicles remain in service.
Okay, so in other words, that amount in the test year can carry over into the rate year for the same vehicles, or
it will continue to escalate until we get them replaced, until we have the capital allowed to get those vehicles replaced. That
We plan for regular maintenance, but as these vehicles age, what happens is you end up with significant component failure. So instead of brakes and regular maintenance, we end up with engine failures or transmission failures, drivetrain failures that are more significant and more costly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to be clear, that those vehicles, those assets are in the critical path of us serving customers on a blue sky day, and more importantly, during storms. You know, they need to be available for us to maintain service to customers. So this is a significant issue for us in this case. Thank you.
I'm going to turn to my colleague, Steve Capozzi, for some follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel. Steve Capozzi with Authority Staff. Can we just turn very quickly to UI Exhibit EOP-2, page 10? This is just follow up on the an earlier question.
EOP-2, page 10.
Yeah.
Yes. The Order 21 report. Okay.
Follow up just on the question on how the yearly UPC costs are just a function of how do we get from the plan miles to the total cost? for
Sorry,
each
I'm
year?
sorry, Mr. Capozzi. On page 10, I don't see a table. This is the EOP-2?
UI EOP-2, page, wait.
Oh, page 11.
Page 11, sorry, next page.
Okay. And I'm sorry, and the question was?
So the question was, to get the total planned UPZ costs, annual costs per year, how do you get from the planned miles, or how do you determine that total line item for the total UPZ costs? Is it some function of the miles multiplied by some factor, like expected cost per mile or something?
So in this order, we took the authority's direction and came back with a plan to slow down the pace at which we had been doing the UPZ in the past. And we incorporated the introduction of the 4-year cycle. We deprioritized the 3-phase trimming, and we continued with the priority on the single-phase trimming, maintaining a budget of about $14 million a year and extending that out to 2033. So our team, looked at balancing a number of factors, but the relative vegetation on the circuits to try to create a stable plan that got us out to 2033, implementing kind of the directives that were given to us in the order in the last rate case. So we're really, we're planning miles and trying to balance the miles and the complexity of the circuits to maintain a stable trajectory of performance while staying within, the financial constraints that we had there.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
That concludes Authority Cross.
Thank you very much. OCC?
Good afternoon, Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel.
Good afternoon.
Okay. gonna start with some questions about EPRI. The testimony discusses EPRI on page 42. Does EPRI conduct the research that's discussed in this testimony at the direction of its membership organizations?
It guides that research. So it's made up of many utilities in the United States that bring their ideas, and I served on the leadership team there that directs the research imperatives. So, EPRI provides input and the member utilities provide input.
Okay. So, like if EPRI were researching, I went on an EPRI tour once, and I saw a research project into insulation alternatives to SF6, for example.
At Lennox?
I don't remember where it was.
Yes,
It was
okay.
And so using that as an example, like how would like the EPRI board have initiated that research project? Would that have been like a request from a member utility? Like how does that work? Do you know?
There are power delivery, there are sector council meetings that occur twice a year. So the leadership and the committee membership, generally the committee membership meets in the days before, and then the sector council comes together after those committee meetings have occurred. And they take, the direction from the committees, the direction from EPRI and their needs, and form the research imperatives moving forward across a variety of topics, from transmission to distribution to DG to safety. Again, with utilities like UI funding at a level of a couple $100,000, but then being able to leverage all the research going on, and then more importantly, being in the room with the people doing that research and understanding their successes and failures, right? What has worked for you? What safety issues have you had? How have you dealt? You can talk to Arizona Public Service about how they have dealt with, 80% solar penetration, or Hawaii. And to me, that is the key value for UI, is being at the table, directing the research at one level, but being in the room and having access to the industry experts as we face this time of unprecedented change.
Thank you. I was in Charlotte. I was trying to remember where I was.
Okay.
Yep. Are CMP and NICEAG members of EPRI?
They are now.
Okay.
And I think we brought that value to them. They were not in the past. We are no longer, however, as you know.
By we, do you mean Avangrid? Like when Avangrid acquired those entities, they became EPRI members?
They joined as individual utilities, given the fact that the funding for that was not approved in our last rate case. So we were the lone member prior, for many years.
Okay.
We convinced them of the value. They joined, and at that time we could no longer participate.
Okay. At that time, I mean, in that past state when UI was the lone member and CMP and NICEAG were not members, was UI able to share any EPRI information with those entities?
Not officially. I mean, you learn things, and did I have conversations with my counterparts about what I learned? Yes, but I could not share a formal EPRI document that they weren't, research document that they weren't participating in. But the learning, in discussions could be shared. And that time frame again occurred across COVID, right? So that kind of changed the world for everything. EPRI, there was a little bit of a hiatus with EPRI in the meetings. They were virtual, but not as effective as they had been in the past.
Okay. Do you know offhand, do you know if the membership fee for EPRI is standardized for every company? Is it based on?
It's slated based on your size. So UI participated at a much lower level than, say, a Southern Cal Edison or a Con Ed would. And you have kind of a Chinese menu of programs you can participate in, and those have costs depending on your relative size.
Yeah, I have questions about the Chinese menu, actually. I'll get to them in a second. I think. The reason I was asking the last question about the relationship between the other Avangrid affiliates is that I recall, I think, talking to you in the last rate case about how UI at that time wasn't able to provide any of the data from EPRI to other affiliates. Is that like an EPRI rule?
I mean, so when you say the data, that there are specific products that EPRI produces as part of its research. Those products, if you're not participating in the programs, they shouldn't be shared. But if I'm in the room talking to another utility about what worked for them and what didn't, I can share that type of information.
Okay. I guess that's because I noticed on the testimony on page 42 on line 17, it says the structure of the utility industry as public service companies is unique in that companies will openly share their experience for the benefit of others.
Yep.
Is that what you're referring to? That like there's an informal sharing of information even among non-EPRI members?
So when you're in the room, there's utility sitting at the table where you can have conversations about what are you doing with regard to storage? What are you doing with regard to a fire in a storage application? That sharing, utilities will generally share that information, right? If you're sitting with some hedge fund people, they're not going to share that. So that is unique to us because we're monopolies. People will share their experiences. They'll share what's working for them in safety. Where there are specific products that you're paying for as part of EPRI, you shouldn't be sharing those if you're not participating in the programs. Which is a distinction I'm making there.
Okay, I think I understand. So I think this is maybe the Chinese menu you're referencing before, because I recall in the last rate case, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as I remember the request, the company was an EPRI member leading up into the rate case and was enrolled in 2 program sets, but was seeking to expand its membership to 2 more program sets. Is that correct?
I mean, there are a number of programs. I thought there were more than that. But in general, I mean, we participate in distribution. We also participated in transmission on the underground cable side. So there were a number of programs that we participate in, and we will move those programs around depending on our need in that given year. Trying to stay within that budget of about $300,000 a year.
Okay, but am I misremembering that the ask in the last rate case was to expand the historic expense of EPRI membership beyond like what it had been in the past?
Okay, I mean, but it might have been slightly, it was not an order of magnitude increase.
Okay. My recollection was that the request was to expand into the electrification and electric transportation program sets. Does that? Okay. So
Yes, that would, obviously that's an area of interest for us. Yes.
Okay. So all I'm getting to here is that the same proposal in this case? Like, is the proposal, the cost that's proposed in this case, is it to enroll, is it to incur, to be involved in EPRI at the same level as what was requested in the last rate case?
That would be the intent, yes.
Okay.
I mean, and, given I'm not sure if their programs have changed, since 2 years ago. They may be named differently, they may include different scopes. So we'd have to, get the agreement here that it makes sense for UI customers. And as I look to the future and as I age and my colleagues age, one of the key things that made me feel better was leaving that legacy, that the people that my generation leaves behind would have access to that and would be able to, to be in those rooms with utilities from all over the country, to not make the mistakes on their own. And I think that's what we face if we don't fix this.
Thank you. What SFR schedule is this expense in? Proposed, rate year expense?
Sure, Jacob has it memorized.
Yeah, I have a guess. I'm just confirming. One moment. It's schedule WPC 3.19, numbered line 3.
319, did you say? C319?
C319, the other O&M schedule.
Okay. Thank you. Is there some kind of, well, I guess I'll back up and ask, what's the basis for that, for the requested expense? Is there a pricing document or something from EPRI that shows this requested number?
There would have been for the last rate case, I think. In this case, we put in a representative number of what we believe the programs we're participating in would be.
Okay.
We could get that revised with, we could contact them and say, hey, if we were to join back up again this year, what are the programs and, what are the specific expenses for UI? And provide an update to that.
I'm pausing because I'm sensing there might be a discovery response that has some information about this.
Yeah, this feels like one I might have written around Christmas time. Yeah, so this OCC 695 attachment 1 reflects from 2023 a list of programs that we could participate in, and some of those included transmission as well. So at the bottom, there's some lines designating the distribution amount for the distribution programs and the transmission amount for the transmission programs. But I think, looking to the future, if we were to talk about what we would join in 2025, we would have to look at where they are today.
Thank you. And Mr. Horwitz, I'm sorry, it took me a while to catch up to 319 working paper. Which line was that in?
Numbered line 3, the one labeled membership dues and association fees.
Okay. And that's the only item in that line item is the EPRI membership?
That is not correct. I understand it's the predominant amount in this line, but I recall there being other amounts in here as well.
Okay. Could I ask for a late file that just shows what we're looking for, all aside from the question of the substantive value of EPRI, is we obviously have an interest in making sure that rate year expenses match, or that the revenue requirement matches actual rate year expenses. So it would be great if we could see an updated basis for the revenue request for EPRI as a late file exhibit.
Yeah.
So that's late file exhibit number 37. Updated basis for the revenue request. I'm sorry, Attorney Real, revenue request for what in particular?
EPRI, EPRI.
Okay.
And my apologies, Attorney Wheel. We, of course, want to provide what you're seeking. But if I could just point you to a couple things that are what I would put in that late file, and then maybe you can tell me what more we're missing. So as I described a moment ago, Schedule WPC 3.19, line 3 includes more than just this, but you can see a historical test year amount of approximately 365,000, and then a downward pro forma adjustment of approximately 355,000. And then if you jump to page 2 of this same work paper and focus on Excel rows 23 and 24, or numbered lines 13 and 14, you can see the two components of that pro forma adjustment: a $25,000 downward adjustment for JD Power and a $330,000 adjustment related to EPRI. So I don't know that we would have more to provide than this. This is the amount that was in the historical test year, and that invoice Mr. Eves pointed you to in response to OCC 695 is the basis for the amount that we will reflect in the revenue requirement. if I misunderstood what you're seeking, or does that?
What I heard from Mr. Wheel was a list of the programs that we would participate in for that amount.
Yes,
missed
yes.
that. My apologies.
Yep. But thank you for that. That helps me understand how this number was derived. But yeah, what we'd be interested in is seeing, based on the testimony today, that it's possible, but not necessarily the case. There's an update for the basis for that amount into the rate year.
I understand. My apologies. I missed that the first time, but that makes sense.
Okay, thanks. And if there is if it turns out looking at that it's 336 or something to make that align, then of course we would accept that, and that could be incorporated into late file one or whatever.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, we thank you for your consideration of that. That is a key element of what has led to our success, what has led to the performance that our customers see, and for our future as we hand the reins over to the next generation.
I did have one more question about it. On the test, I'll go back to the testimony on page 42, line 13. It says, Pura appeared to justify its disallowance of the company's assertion that the customer benefits were difficult to quantify. And then on line 18, it says that the leverage of EPRI membership provides benefits to UI customers. So I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to give the panel an opportunity to discuss any further beyond what's in the record already, what the benefits to customers of this expense are.
So when you're asked to quantify something like this, you're participating with industry experts and learning across a variety of different committees what worked and what didn't. You're learning from the research. Now, to give a financial basis for that outcome, you would need to have to model two worlds, a world where you weren't involved and a world where you were, and then map the differences. That's a very difficult thing to do, and we could sit here for days, I'm sure, and argue about the assumptions I made in doing something like that. Research is something that almost all corporations do because it's important, and that value, I think, is intrinsically understood in the world. And to me, it's a common sense thing. It is worth the cost of a couple FTEs to be able to go and meet with hundreds of other utilities and learn about the research they're doing and their experiences across a wide variety of topics. And especially as we face this energy transition, because things are going to be much different as we move forward. So to me, that is the value. Can I quantify it in an exact number? No. And if I did, we would argue about it, I think, ad infinitum.
Yes. Which is, yeah. I'm not specifically asking about quantification. I think, let me ask a hypothetical, using the energy transition as an example. Absent, if the company were operating in a bubble by itself without input from EPRI, without the benefit of learning from EPRI, as you said, what works and what doesn't, is it possible that the company could make large capital investments that later turn out to be stranded costs?
Yes.
Or later in retrospect turn out to be far costlier than may otherwise have been with the benefit of more updated research and development information?
And I'll give you an example of that. I got to have lunch one day at one of those meetings with the leader of strategic development for Hawaiian Electric. And one of the questions I asked him, and one of the perceptions I had, was when you get to 70% solar penetration, you're going to need DERMS. You're going to need a system to be able to manage the voltage impacts. And their learning was that the systems regulate themselves. So if you have too many solar facilities in a certain area, the way you will find out about that is a couple of them will turn off. And from there, you can remedy those issues. So they learned that they didn't need to make that investment. And having lunch with him that day, I learned that. I learned from their experience. That's millions of dollars right there if we had gone in that direction. So that's a perfect example of what you just laid out.
Thank you. Is it fair to categorize the EPRI expense conceptually as insurance against that kind of ultimate future ratepayer cost against the eventuality that there could be a far greater cost in the form of stranded assets or capital investments that are costlier than necessary?
Yes, and safety issues that occur, right? Injuries to employees and the costs associated with that. Yes, there's a whole host of those examples you could use.
Thank you. I have some questions about the UPZ program. On page 44 of the testimony,
That's UI EOP 1.
I think so, although my link went to the wrong page. One moment, I apologize. It's UI EOP 1, page 44.
Okay.
The question is about this graphic that's at the bottom of the page.
Yep.
Silly questions, I think, because I stared at it for a while and I think I get it now, but I just want to make sure I understand. The rectangular shape in that graphic represents UPZ spec. Is that correct?
Yes, the kind of the ground to the sky concept, although it does not go infinitely to the sky, it represents it getting to the top of the tree, correct?
Okay, and the oval that's within that is the traditional maintenance spec?
Cutting the hole through the trees, yes.
Okay, so that was, yeah, so for like, just to make sure I really get it, in the context of this diagram, the UPZ spec, would that remove like the small bush that's on the left there and that small tree, or?
If that small tree would not grow into the line.
Okay.
Said as an arborist, low-growing species are retained.
Thank you. It sounds like a silly question. I'm sure it is a silly question, but I was just getting caught up on the ground to sky concept because it doesn't seem to me that what we're talking about is, annihilating all vegetation from the ground to the sky within this spec. Right? Is that correct?
I think the sky, refers to the fact that in Connecticut, most of the trees dwarf our infrastructure, so they can be 80, 90 feet tall, which does, contribute to the cost of doing the work. And I just, now that you brought this up, I don't know if you remember a few weeks back, we had an ice storm here in Connecticut. If you live north, it didn't impact you as much, but the forecast when I went to bed Saturday night was that we're gonna have some freezing rain on the coast where we are, but it was gonna warm up pretty quickly. That did not happen. So we ended up with between a quarter of an inch and a third of an inch of ice on the trees with a forecast of 50-mile-an-hour winds. Now, you don't remember that storm, do you?
No.
And that is an outcome of what we're doing with this program. When we were trimming a hole through the trees, back 15 years ago, that you would have remembered that storm. We'd be talking about it today, most likely. So that is the value of what we've been doing here.
Thank you. I do live in Eversource territory, but I take your point. On page 45 of the testimony, starting at line 5, it discusses how the UPZ program's applicable to the entire system. And it talks about a danger tree program concept that different utilities might use. Could you explain what a danger tree concept or danger tree program is?
Our UPZ program is a system-wide spec, so our intent is to implement it across the system, and that really comes out from the two-storm panel and all the work that occurred back at that time, notwithstanding the consent process, right? So Kyle and his team knocks on every door. Generally we get a little bit north of 80% consent, and Kyle works with the tree wardens, to implement the program. Danger trees would be, identifying just specific trees that pose a threat to the infrastructure, but not dealing with the vegetation as a whole. Now, I think one of the things that is missed is that we're providing this service for society. I think you saw in the ESIS investigation, one of the most critical elements for our municipalities is the blocked roads after storms. One element is our infrastructure is taken down by it, but they have to deal with the fact that their roads are closed, due to this vegetation. And this program for our municipalities is clearing thousands of limbs a year that after a major storm would end up in their roadways. So it's a combined value. There's value to the electric system. There's value to the municipalities as well.
Is the ultimate goal of the company, assuming there's rate support for the goal, to establish the UPZ spec across the entire system and then maintain it moving forward? Is that the idea?
We're on a pace to do that by 2033. And then, based on today's dollars, we believe that supporting that on a 4-year cycle would cost about 10 million a year. So the cost would reduce from about, the 14 or 15 we're spending today down to approximately 10 million to maintain it in perpetuity.
So that you're on pace to full UPZ spec system wide now. Is the request in this case to expedite the current pace?
So Order 21 in the last rate case asked us to, we came in and said we wanted to keep on the current pace, but it was gonna cost more, and we were gonna extend it a few years. Order 21 changed that and said, we want you to prioritize first a 4-year cycle. So you go back to the places you've already been and develop a 4-year cycle over the next couple of years. Continue to go after the single phase and then deprioritize the 3-phase and keep that cost within $14 million and then expand that out. And the outcome of all of that ended up with a program where we're spending about $14 million a year doing this that extends to 2033.
Thank you. Yeah, and what I'm getting at is I read in the testimony that the proposal in this case is from the company's perspective, not that I have an opinion one way or the other, from the company's perspective, is the proposal that is compliant with the order from 220808. Is that correct?
Correct. We sent in a plan as a response to that order that Pura reviewed it and said that it met the objectives of what they were looking for.
Okay. And is that, I guess what I'm just trying to get a sense of, it seems, does the company still feel that the preferable plan would be the proposal in 220808 as opposed to the plan that's being proposed in this case?
I think there's a balance between cost and performance. I think, Pure is weighing in on that, I think is a balanced approach, but I think together we need to face, the outcome that if a major storm occurs, if we had done it faster, it would have been better for some people. There's a cost and benefit to every decision we make. And this one delays that performance a little bit, but, but also maintains the cost at the historic level without raising rates. So I think it's a balanced approach, all in all.
Okay. So that was going to be my next question too, was that the proposal, as I recall in the last rate case, the dollar impact of that was to increase from the approximate 14 million base level up to 18 million. The proposal here is to maintain 14 million.
It is in accordance with that Order 21, yes. And that extended longer.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Another outcome of this I want to point out is the level of storm costs that we're asking for in this case as well. When you look around our neighboring utilities, those storm costs are measured in hundreds of millions of dollars.
In billions, actually, yes.
In this case, we based on the 2 million we accrue every year, we have a negative balance right now. Now we do have to incorporate what happened to us with the tornado. That will push it a little north of there, but that is a reflection of this effort. That's a reflection of the infrastructure work we've done over the last 20 years and a reflection of this UPZ effort.
Thanks. I think it's my last UPZ question, and it's based in a response to OCC 560, but you might not need to open it. The response differentiates between UPZ and non-UPZ expenses for reliability and maintenance trimming. I mean, that's a distinction that's elsewhere in this too. And I think I asked you about this in the last rate case, and I'm just having trouble wrapping my head around it. My understanding, as we just discussed, is that the ultimate goal is to get UPZ's spec across the system, and then as you referenced, have an annual maintenance program that maintains UPZ spec. But that the reliability maintenance trimming is still a separate concept to that. Is that correct?
Well, there's a large area of the system that we haven't trimmed in quite a while. So that reliability maintenance is taking care of the direct contacts there and bringing that to kind of the old spec before we get there to UPZ.
Okay, but by the time we get to UPZ system-wide spec, is the idea that there wouldn't be, from that point forward, there would just be a maintenance program that just maintains
for your
that
maintenance
spec.
cycle.
Okay.
I mean, there might. Yeah, I mean, there may be hotspots and customer requests that we have to deal with. But that 4-year program, should keep that at a relative minimum.
Thank you. The testimony at page 17. Shows the SAIDI and SAFE results from 2019 through 2023. And I noticed that SAIDI and SAFE both increased in 2023, and I see that there's a narrative explanation for that because of those two events that are discussed.
Mm-hmm.
The testimony says that the SAIDI would have been 0.45 without those two events. Is that correct? Looking at line 9 on that same page.
UI SAFE performance was 0.45.
SAFE. I'm probably going to do that a lot, except those two. Is that calculated just by removing like the time period of those events from the data?
Just by removing the customer impact. So that's the frequency of outages. So that's the number of customers impacted divided by the total number of customers. So what we're trying to get to there is the underlying performance of the distribution system is still excellent, outside of those two anomalous substation events that we had.
Thanks. Yeah, I understood that. I was just curious how you calculate, like how you go about calculating what SAFE would have been absent a particular event.
It's just taking the number of customers that were involved in that event and removing them from the number of customers that were out.
Okay. And
now, one point here, when we look at SAFE performance and SAIDI performance, SAFE is what you did 10 or 15 years ago, right? It's a lagging indicator. By the time you see it declining, but by the time it's perceptible to customers, it has gone too far. The cost to recover it is significant. So right now, the inertia that's been built through the investment is there, and it's going to carry us for a short period of time. But where we are, today with the investment, if that continues, these numbers will grow. They will escalate.
I noticed that only SAFE was calculated excluding those events. Could you do the same thing for SAIDI? I mean, is there a reason that that's not in the testimony? Just curious.
SAIDI being a duration index is more, it's actually benefited by some of these substation events because they're a lot of customers and quick to restore. So it's almost a little disingenuous to use that. Because, a substation event, you can go out and throw a switch in an hour or two and bring back 30,000 customers, and that can impact your duration. So I think this concept is much more applicable to the frequency of events rather than the duration.
Okay. So the increase in SAIDI from 22 to 23, I'll back up. I noticed there's an increase in SAIDI from 22 to 23, although I noticed that generally, not being a data analyst, it doesn't seem out of line with the variation from year
Right.
to year. And
It's anomalous based on weather and what occurs. And if you're lucky and you get a lot of cable, lucky. The cable fault will impact, thousands of customers, but it's very quick to restore versus a massive tree coming down across a main line that takes a long time to restore. So SAIDI is driven really by the response of your people and the magnitude of the impact of the events that occur.
Thanks. Jumping to page 19 of the testimony. Line 10. And this is in reference to the CME metrics. Line 10 says, initial analysis also suggests a correlation between high CME values and UPZ tree trimming refusals in the company's more affluent communities. How was that analysis performed?
So we have a data analytics team that has correlated where the outages occur and the tree trimming objections. And just even looking at it graphically, you can see a correlation between the high CME numbers. And really what that comes down to is you have our circuits engulfed in trees that is in its nature going to produce more outages for those customers. And that, we've had those discussions in the PBR docket. What do you do in that case? If the customers themselves have said, we want to live with that trade-off, do you take money from other customers and do something different to improve that performance? So, we believe that is a trade-off that people make. Some people want the trees, others would rather have better performance. But I think, that's something that's under discussion in that forum. But it is a reality for us that, what drives most of our problems is trees. Our infrastructure holds up under the weather we have seen.
You said that if you look at it graphically, it's clear. Is there like an actual map that demonstrates the correlation between CME and?
Yes.
Could you provide that?
Yes.
I guess, could that be a late file exhibit? Unless it's already in the record somewhere.
So that would be a map of the high CME customers, the tree outages, and the tree objections.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Do you say that again, Mr. Eves, for Mr. Wheel, the late file you're looking for?
I think it would be best described, and let me know if you disagree, as a graphic representation of the analysis referenced on page 19 of the testimony regarding CME and tree trimming refusals. Is that fair?
Yep. And we'll look at that over 5 years? 2 years? 2 years?
Sure. I mean, what I'm looking for is the analysis that's referenced in the testimony. So The testimony says that the company found this, so whatever period the company looked at to find that is what we're looking for.
Okay.
And that'll be late file 38. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. My last series of questions. The testimony generally discusses an alignment is the word that's used with PURA in the past with respect, as I understand it, to capital expenditures. I think that's on page 12.
Mm-hmm.
And it also references historic support from PURA for investments. What's the time period that the company's referencing with that historic, with the alignment from the past?
I personally began working on those concepts back in 2005. So in our 2005 rate case, we came in with kind of the precursor to our aging infrastructure programs, where we basically brought up the issue. There were a lot of assets installed in the 60s and 70s. Those assets are going to be nearing the end of their life. We have two alternatives. We can run them to failure and deal with the consequences of that failure, and then replace them at potentially 3 times the cost in a reactive way, or we can develop programs to deal with them proactively. And PURA supported that at that time. We came back in 2008 after having done it for a period of time, and it was approved again in 2008, 2013, 2016. Then when we came into the case in 2022, you were here and you understand the outcome there.
Thanks. So the 2005 rate case, is that docket 050604?
Rings a bell, yes.
Was that a 4-year multi-year rate plan, that case?
I don't think it was 4 years. I'd have to check.
Okay.
My recollection was 3, but I'd have to check that. It was a long time ago.
Okay.
Do you want to read in on that, Mr. Wheeler?
Yeah,
I think it-
wouldn't the decision in that
Yes.
docket stand for itself and be,
Yes.
something we don't even have to take, administrative notice of?
Okay.
I would agree with that. I mean, I think as long as the company agrees that if we wanted to reference I've looked at the decision, I'm not looking at it now, I can't actually even remember whether I'm right in my question, but the decision does lay out what the rate period is, so I think we can. Do you recall how much of the requested plant was disallowed in that rate case?
In the discussions I've had in rate cases, Attorney Wheel, plant was not a discussion until 2022. In general, we were talking CapEx. We were looking to the future. So we were explaining the programs we were going to implement. And at that time, we were getting recovery for those investments in rates. So we had, the ability to support those investments financially and still earn a reasonable return. Because at the end of the day, there are other people giving us the money to do these things. So the outcomes of those cases addressed the need and provided the company with, with a sustainable means of continuing it. And I think, again, you see the outcome of that analogy I gave you of the ice storm that just occurred. The storm costs that our customers are saddled with, and the fact that they didn't have the outages that occurred as a result of those storms, all speak to the value of that long-term commitment to infrastructure replacement and UPZ.
And further to Mr. Eves' point, I've just pulled up the order from that proceeding, and obviously I did not participate in that proceeding, but there are some indices at the end that appear to summarize what the company proposed and how Pura modified it with respect to all of the major elements of the revenue requirement. And in Index A, a summary of the rate year 2006 adjustments, it appears the order reflects $0 of plant-related adjustments. In Index B, the index related to rate year 2007, there again reflects $0 of authority adjustments related to utility plant service, suggesting there were no plant disputes for that rate year. In Index C, which relates to rate year 2008, in that proceeding, there was again $0 to note in the authority adjustment column for utility plant service, suggesting there were no adjustments in that year. And then lastly, in rate year 2009, there is a $1.17 million adjustment in the authority adjustment column. Looking quickly, it appears to relate to computer software, and that is about 1/8% of UI's overall plant balance in that case, to corroborate Mr. Eves' recollection.
Thank you. And probably like needlessly nerdy question, but when you were, a moment ago, I asked you about plant and Mr. Eves, and you were talking about that CapEx was more the discussion. Then the nerdy question is, by CapEx, do you mean forecasted plant? Meaning like the discussion was how much revenue support was necessary for a plant that would be entering service in the future? And the reason I ask is that part of the standard filing requirements is also a 5-year capital plan, which doesn't have a rate impact. So I'm just asking kind of which of those two, whether you're talking about that or forecasted plant, meaning revenue support in the future for a plant that would enter service.
The two items are tied. So it's really a two-dimensional model, right? You're investing CapEx, and then at a certain point in time in the future, that CapEx turns into plant. If you're doing routine distribution system work where you're replacing poles, that's going in kind of unit by unit. So there's a There's a continuum of plant that's being created, and if it's a substation, it could take 5 years. You invest capital. I guess the point I was making there is that that was the discussion. The discussion was generally around the future and what the needs of the system were. And the outcome of that was that it was supported. And I tried to string that through my testimony, and that support has had significant customer benefit. If you look at a graph of the costs of our utility for the last 20 years, the distribution cost climbs slightly. There are other elements on top of in our bill that are moving more wildly, but it's really an example of the Aesop fable, the tortoise and the hare. It's slow and steady wins the race. Making these investments over time is in the best interest of customers. It is the most cost-effective way of ensuring that they have excellent, reliable service over the long term.
Thank you. And just to make, while we're here, I think this is my last question. I had originally asked about the time frame you were discussing. You started with the 2005 rate case. Just for confirmation, was the subsequent rate case, I think you referenced a 2008 rate case, would that have been docket number 080704?
That rings a bell.
And would the next rate case after that have been 130119?
Rings a bell, yep.
And then there was 160604.
Yes.
And then
220808.
Okay. And I didn't miss any. There were no
No, that's
okay.
It's the litany.
Thank you. That was the Office of Consumer, since no one else is here, that's the Office of Consumer Counsel's final question for this panel.
All righty. EOE.
Yeah. Okay, my name is Eric Beckenstein. I'm a staff attorney for EOE. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Tom Lopez, on behalf of EOE as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'd like to first clarify the issue of mutual aid as represented in several company responses. Initially, I'd like to refer to the response to EOE 246. Viewing the response to...
I'm sorry, sir. One moment. I'm sorry, you said EOE?
246. Okay. So viewing the responses related to storm costs as identified in these recent interrogatories, I'm viewing first A, the response to A suggests that the difference between mutual aid reported in RRP 22C, which was $948,149, and the corresponding amount in EOE 169, attachment 1, which was 1.8 million, was timing. there were different reporting periods, namely July 2024 versus December 2024. First, want to ask, is that correct?
That is, the difference between those two documents relates to timing.
Okay. Second, please confirm whether the company was reimbursed for an additional $933,474. That's namely the 1.8 minus the 948 between July of 2024 and December of 2024.
Mr. Beckenstein, just to make sure, or Attorney Beckenstein, my apologies. Your question was confirm the company was paid the difference between $948,149 and $1,881,623. I can confirm that the difference between those two numbers is the amount that UI accrued for mutual aid payments in that period. The actual cash receipts may differ from that, but that is the amount we would have accrued in the period you noted.
Okay. Thank you. Are you allowed to, are you able to provide the, when this was received?
One moment. EOE 249 UI attachment 1, page 2, Excel column G reflects the timing of these mutual aid reimbursements.
Thank you. Moving on, the response to D identified certain mutual aid reimbursements in relation to depreciation. Would the company agree that the reimbursement of these amounts, namely $19,622 and $90,256, totaling $109,878, are for expenses that were included in base rates?
Repeat that reference again, sir. You're looking at
The response
Section
to
D, EOE
Section D, right, in
246?
yes, in EOE 246, identified certain mutual aid reimbursements in relation to depreciation. And we're just trying to find out whether the company agrees that the reimbursement of these amounts, the 19,622 and the 90,256 totaling 109,000 are for expenses that were included in base rates.
One moment. I think that's a fair question, Attorney Beckenstein, and I see where you're going with it, and I recall a similar discussion in docket number 220808. I think your argument is something to the effect of, well, ratepayers are paying for the assets, so if the company is receiving reimbursement for some portion of the depreciation for those assets from someone else, then ratepayers don't need to pay for that. And I think the theory of where you're coming from sounds really reasonable. My problem with it is ratepayers are not paying for all of UI's plant and service. And in fact, figure 26 of the revenue requirement panel's direct testimony indicates that there's over $200 million of plant additions that are in the ground providing service to customers today, right now, that ratepayers are not paying for. Now, can we assign, oh, well, that's this capital asset versus that capital asset? That would be extremely difficult. But the practical reality is UI's earned ROE today is under 4%, less than its effective cost of debt, in large part because of this very significant plant gap. So did it feel appropriate for us to propose returning money to customers for depreciation expense? No, there's $200+ million of plant that customers are not paying for right now. So I don't know that I would see it as appropriate to return the depreciation expense, the like 19 grand or whatever the number was in this response, if there's hundreds of millions of dollars that they're not paying for.
One moment. Okay, thank you. For my next few questions, please refer to the response to EOE 247, attachment 1, and this pertains to mutual aid.
I am there.
Okay, this interrogatory requested a schedule that could be used to calculate carrying costs and that mutual aid amounts be included, quote, based on the dates of reimbursement, unquote. Are the three mutual aid amounts totaling $948K based on the dates of reimbursement?
One moment.
Sure.
And just to ensure I understand, you're getting at the accrual versus cash payment issue, or these are the dates upon the time periods in which UI accrued these revenues?
Whether the three mutual aid amounts that totaled 948 were based on the dates of reimbursement. In other words, did the dates of reimbursement at that time, was that the total?
This was the total at that time that the company had accrued for these, the amounts it was owed. The actual cash receipt of these amounts may differ from this, but this is what we accrued on our books for these services.
So just to be clear, it's based on accrual, not reimbursement, those dates, or excuse me, those reimburse, or excuse me, those amounts.
We're an accrual company, like pretty much every utility, our books are maintained with accruals. So, and that is how we've calculated these deferrals here.
Understood. Thank you.
Why didn't the company include remaining mutual aid amounts within the schedule totaling 1.8?
EOE 2, and let me actually check this before I say this loud. One moment. EOE 247 UI attachment 1 provides the requested modification to the presentation of our original calculation in a manner that exactly matches the total answer from our original filing. EOE, we of course made the presentation differences requested in that interrogatory. EOE 249 UI Attachment 1, in contrast, reflects mutual aid reimbursements through the end of calendar year 2024. Of course, EOE 249 UI Attachment 1 also reflects storm costs through that same date.
Okay.
And just for context, that this morning, there were 425,000 people out in the state of Pennsylvania. UI's sent 30 FTEs to assist in that effort. So this, obviously, this work is vital. We provide assistance, to many states and many customers outside of Connecticut, and other utilities come to our aid, as they did in the ice storm and the tornado that we had in July. So this, this activity is vital to our customers, and we, take great efforts to ensure that we get paid, and that our customers don't pay for what they shouldn't. But just want to, make sure we understand the context of this. That this activity is done in emergency situations where there are tens or hundreds of thousands of people out of power.
Thank you. Moving on the subject of affiliate storm-related charges and intercompany costs associated with flooding, namely the flooding of December 23rd, 2022. Please refer to EOE 263. This is a response for affiliates ASC and AMC expenses. So again, we're looking at interrogatory 263. This interrogatory requested supporting documentation for incremental costs, namely 19,000 for ASC. I believe it was 4,000 for AMC. Nevertheless, we find that it's unclear how EOE 263 Attachment 1 supports the proposition that these were incremental costs applicable to this particular flooding event.
Yeah, and I guess maybe to maybe ask a little bit more here, can the company explain, I guess, how that attachment allows a party to understand the activity that was performed and the applicability of that activity to the actual flooding event? Thank you.
I agree. It's a bit difficult to ascertain the specific charges here. This storm, although it's called a flooding event, this was a major wind event that struck us and New England the day before Christmas Eve. So as I spoke to earlier, our system incurred only minor damage. We were wrapped up by the afternoon. Eversource had over 100,000 people out during this event, and our affiliates in Maine, struck with the same weather, lost 400,000 people. So these charges were, some minor services that occurred from AMC and from Avangrid Management Company and Avangrid Service Company to support that storm restoration. We could provide a little more detail on what exactly those expenses were.
In a late file submission? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, if you prefer.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I said if you prefer.
Yeah, we do. And
Hold on, hang on, let me just make sure I got it here. Number 39. So how does EOE 263 support that these are incremental costs for the flooding event, and explain how the attachment explains the activity and the applicability of that information to the flooding event? Yeah.
Similarly,
I think that kind of brings us to a good breaking point to pick up tomorrow morning. So let's do that. And before we adjourn, I just want to just make sure everyone's aware, Commissioner Karen is again feeling under the weather today. He has been watching all day via the YouTube channel. So with that, we adjourn until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thanks.